Newton, you got your papers all shuffled over there?
We hadn't had an agenda like this in a while.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock, so it's time to begin our September the 26th Planning and Zoning meeting. I would ask you to silence your cell phones if you haven't done that already. And so we'll get started right now. The first item on the agenda, it's split into a couple of sections here. So section 1 deals with a number of applications from Minerva. And I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and read everything into the record. We'll discuss them all, and I suppose we'll have to vote on them individually. But that being said, I'll begin reading. Under number 1, application 2306Z, Minerva Spring Lake LP owner, parcel 239-04062, approximately 9.278 acres, located in land lot 183 of the 3rd Land District, requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural and residential to R2 single-family residential low density. Application 23-13S, Minerva Spring Lake LP owner, parcel 239-04062, approximately 9.278 acres, located in land lot 183 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow cluster dwellings traditional design. This property is currently zoned AR agricultural and residential. Application 23-11V, Minerva Spring Lake LP owner, parcel 239-04062, approximately 9.278 acres, located in land lot 183 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce front and side setbacks. Applications 23-11AV, Minerva Spring Lake LP owner, parcel 239-04062, approximately 9.278 acres, located in land lot 183 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the length and diameter of the cul-de-sac. So with that, I see Brian is here in the room. I'd like to call him up and,
John, if you could, the probably best thing to do would be make a motion to consolidate the hearing for all of these, and then you will have to come back and vote separately.
that's what I said at the opening, but we'll make an official motion. So,
Make a motion to consolidate.
okay. have a
I'll
sec-
second.
Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. And we will return to vote on them individually. Okay, Brian. Name and address for the record.
Sure. Brian Davison of Minerva USA, 2292 Henderson Mill Road, Atlanta. Just going to check to see if this clicker is driving. Okay. Okay, thanks. Okay. This first property is 9 acres. It's on Jordan Hill Road, on the east side of Jordan Hill Road, immediately to the north of Sun City Peachtree. It actually abuts Sun City, which I'll show you on a map in a second. And actually, if you could just go back to the first page, I could just walk through for everybody what we're proposing. The site is currently zoned AR1 for septic lots with a minimum of 1,500 square foot homes and no rental restrictions on it. We've proposed to rezone it R2 for sewered lots with a minimum of 2,000 square foot homes with the special exception for cluster dwellings, which is detached houses with open space for lot sizes in this plan ranging from 6,000 square feet up to about 10,800 square feet. So a bit smaller lots, bigger houses, and then one other thing that we've agreed to with the abutting residents, among many other things, is a rental restriction to put a 25% rental cap on it as well. And then there's a bunch of variances that are just kind of smaller design-based things. I can walk through them if anybody has any questions. The cul-de-sac diameter width is a slight reduction. That's just basically a design thing. We have to meet the minimum requirement from fire code. Front yards, side yards, and the corner yard are all just for site planning design reasons. Next. And there's two properties here we'll talk about tonight. This first one is the square piece on the north side of Sun City. Next picture. And you can see here how we basically back up to about 5 or 6 of the houses that are in Sun City. We've had, for these two properties, we've had a couple of meetings. We had one large meeting at the Eagles Landing Church on Teeman Road, which we had a wide invite list. I think there was 300 or 400 people came to that. We talked through what we're doing and answered questions to everybody. And then what's really apparent here is that we're probably most impacting these 5 or 6 houses, or have potential impacts to them. They actually sit lower. The green strip that's of land that's just below our property is actually a berm that was built back when Sun City, when Pulte developed those lots. So those houses look at about a 5 or 6 foot high berm, and their concern primarily is the view upward. Right now they look upwards into the trees behind us, and they were concerned with our original plan. So there's some requests made by them. We met with about 12 or 14 of those residents and homeowners in one of the houses backing up to our property, walked the property, talked through the issues with them, and came up with some additional proposals that we have added as promises to them, which we've asked the planning staff, should they recommend approval, to just include it as mandatory conditions on us so that they're enforced from the county perspective. Okay, thanks, Eva. Next. This was the original plan, and the things, their properties are to the south. You can see there's sort of a strip of land in between us and them, which is the berm. Right now, it's fairly substantial. It's probably 50 feet wide at the bottom and about 20 feet wide at the top, but it has no planting on it. It's planting on the sides only. So when you're sitting in their houses, they have shrubs and some nice evergreens, but there's nothing along the top. So their concern was if we built that close to them, we would be cutting the trees that would be along the border. So what they would be looking up at, I don't think there's a concern of them seeing houses because of the berm, but they're worried about losing the trees in the background, and the same with the pond on the other side. So after that meeting, we changed the plan to the following slide. That's okay. I was trying to do that smoothly, it didn't work. So we eliminated the 2 southern lots, pulled the cul-de-sac back, and reduced the pond to keep that swath of trees abutting them at that point. The other thing that we, a couple other promises that we made were to add some planting of deciduous trees across the top of the berm. We think it's about in the range of about 12 trees that'll be needed alternating. We talked to them about deciduous versus evergreen. They preferred the deciduous for the flowering and the aesthetics of it. Since it's not really a screening, it's more of an aesthetic issue for them. So that's not a problem, and I believe that was added as a condition of the staff recommendations. And then if you could flip through a few more. Little pocket park within the community itself. And then you all know your long-range plan. The site is part of the Sun City Heron Bay character area, which, as you'll see on the next slide, the recommended density in that area is 1 to 4 dwelling units per acre. This is 24 lots on 9 acres, which is 2.6, which falls within those criteria. And this shows you the zoning of the 2 pieces. So it's AR1 on the side. It's kind of surrounded Sun City on the south. AR is everything to the north. AR1, and then there's some PDD pieces in R4 also in that area. And then the last is the houses, I believe. These got a little distorted, I think, in the photo, but basically, this is the design concept. These houses are that you'll see here in about the 2,000 to 2,300 square foot range. And if you can flip through just quickly, but there's 5 or 6 of them here until you hit a blue. Great. So that's basically the summary of that one, and I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Can I ask you about the cul-de-sac?
Sure.
By shortening the cul-de-sac and reducing the diameter, you're limiting the frontage for people who, if they're having a party and they need to park somebody more than your driveway can control, then you'll have them parking on the street. That's common.
Yeah.
But by reducing the radius, what you're doing is cutting down on the frontage of the actual utilized curbside frontage,
Yeah.
where those additional residents would have a
Yeah.
potential of conflict with their driveways. So
Yeah,
I'm
I can
curious
actually,
if you've
yeah, I
thought
can
about
answer that for you. All cul-de-sacs for years and years, most of Sun City and a big part of Heron Bay, what we're proposing is the outer right-of-way, but then what you're talking about, the parking, is actually the asphalt part, with curb. The standards for years have been an 80-foot diameter cul-de-sac, which has been many, many years they've been built that way. The last year or two, the fire department started enforcing a bigger cul-de-sac radius, or diameter, which is now 96 feet. So any cul-de-sacs that have been built, I think in about the last year, and anything going forward, are gonna be 96 feet, so they're bigger than anything in prior. Your ordinance calls for 120 feet right-of-way, which just becomes extra wide. We just wanna shrink it to 116, because all you need is a 10-foot right-of-way around the edge. So the asphalt and curb and parking and everything is staying the same. It's not changing any code issues or anything like that. If you deny the variance, it's not the end of the world. It just means that the right-of-way is instead of being 10 feet all the way around the cul-de-sac, is 14 feet.
Okay.
Okay.
Just curious about.
Yep, no problem. No,
That's
we had
being
the
concerned.
discussion with the fire department. My personal opinion is that 96 feet is excessive for a cul-de-sac. It makes for a lot of asphalt, and 80 feet seems to have worked for years, but they're firm with their standards, and they obviously override anything that I or anybody else can say.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
sure.
Frank, you got anything?
I'm good right now.
I'm good.
We have someone signed up to speak. Brian, let's bring them up.
Sure.
Michelle Dragaz, if you would step forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
Michelle Drugaz, 312 Whispering Pines Way, Griffin, Georgia, Sun City, Peachtree. Good evening. There are issues and concerns that affect the current residents of Sun City, Peachtree, and Teeman Road about the applications from Minerva Spring Lake LP, Jordan Hill Road North and South. The Community Development Director may believe that there will be no hardship or loss of well-being to the neighbors of these developments, but there are real consequences for the additional traffic which will be added from all of these subdivisions, as well as the impact of the shooting noise from Cherokee Rose. It already sounds like a war zone in Sun City, Peachtree. Remove the trees and it will only get worse. Many Sun City Peachtree residents are selling their homes and moving because of the noise. Will potential home buyers be told about Cherokee Rose? How will they feel about the noise right next door to them? The issue that worries us the most, what if the houses don't sell because of the noise from Cherokee Rose? Will these subdivisions be turned into rental with transient residents who don't care about the quality of the area, won't take care of their homes, and become a risk for potential crime in Sun City Peachtree and the neighboring residential properties? The safety and well-being of the Sun City Peachtree community and the Teeman Road residents should be number one concern. These cluster home developments will have a negative impact on the neighboring communities due to the additional traffic and potential for crime. There will be over 4,800 homes within a 3-mile radius of Sun City Peachtree. This must all be taken into consideration before these applications are approved. That will be over 10,000 to 11,000 vehicles traveling the Teeman Road, Jordan Hill Road corridors per day. Why would you believe a traffic feasibility study which is conducted by the developer? It will be biased. The Board of Commissioners has publicly admitted that Teeman Road is a bad road and that the country roads in Spalding County cannot handle heavy traffic, especially trucks which will be bringing construction materials to the area. The value of these homes should be $400,000 and up, built with quality materials. We need this in writing because Minerva is the landowner and will sell to the developer to build the homes. What about the 10% rental cap that Brian Davison stated at the town hall meeting on June 29th, 2023? Why is it now 25%? What about the land on the northeast and southwest corners of Jordan Hill Road at Teeman Road that Brian Davison said he would be willing to donate for a roundabout, and he would talk to TJ Imberger about it? For safety reasons, a roundabout should be built at the Jordan Hill and Teeman Road four-way stop before any further developments are approved. This would not only resolve Jordan Hill Road not lining up as it crosses Teeman Road, but will resolve a site issue for the intersection and the potential for increased accidents. The road infrastructure must be put into place by the county before the subdivisions are built. Keep in mind that the majority of the travelers through the Jordan Hill and Teeman Road intersection are seniors. Minerva is providing the sewer system for Teeman Point, Heron Bay, Jordan Hill Road North and South, and Spalding Village. There's already a stench issue in Sun City Peachtree where the wastewater treatment plant is located. The additional sewer access from these developments will only make it worse. I'm asking the Planning Commission to table the applications until further study can be completed on the impact of the proposed cluster developments on the roads, safety, noise, and sewer issues to the Sun City Peachtree and Teeman Road residents. Thank you for your time.
Okay, is anyone else signed up?
No, sir.
We have any further discussion?
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. The applicant is Minerva Spring Lake LP, address Jordan Hill Road. There are multiple requests here. First is to rezone from AR1, which is agricultural and residential, to R2, single-family residential low density. Other requests include a special exception to allow cluster dwellings, traditional design, variance to request approval or reduction of front, side, and rear setbacks. Another variance request to reduce the length and diameter of the cul-de-sacs. Current zoning, again, is AR1, agricultural and residential. Along the north boundary of the subject property is zoned AR1. East boundary zoned AR1. South boundary AAR, which is active adult residential district. West boundary zoned AR1. You'll find that within this site, it is within the Sun City, Heron Bay area that is projected in the long-range comprehensive plan for Spalding County. As part of our staff analysis, I'll read the following. The proposed zoning of the property will be consistent with the property uses and zoning surrounding the parcel, more specifically on the east and south of the property as they are zoned commercial. The property is suitable for the proposed development. The nearby uses of the properties nearby are equivalent to the proposed purpose. The property has been vacant for many years. Staff does not anticipate any adverse effects to the surrounding areas, health, safety, and welfare if this property is to be rezoned. The property value will not be diminished by the present zoning. The property will stay vacant unless the property owner decides to sell. If the property is developed, it will expand the single-family use in that area. This request will be followed by a special exception and variance request. The special exception seeks approval to be developed with cluster dwellings pursuant to the Unified Development Ordinance, Section 803B3 as a traditional design, Section 413G2A. The minimum proposed lot size is 6,000 square feet. The variances seek approval of the reduction of setbacks and reduction of cul-de-sac length and diameter. The final staff recommendation is for approval with the following conditions. Number one, the number of residential lots shall not exceed 24 lots. Any increase to the number of residential lots will have to come before the Board of Commissioners for approval. Two, no vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. Condition three, the subdivision shall be limited to the traditional design and shall comply with all development and design requirements set forth in the UDO, Section 413 G2A. 4, the minimum house size for all residential dwellings shall be 2,000 square feet. Condition 5, prior to approval of the final plat, the developer shall present proposed documents to create a homeowners association for the development. Condition 6, prior to approval of the final plat, the developer shall present restrictive covenants which restrict the rental of dwellings to 25% of the total dwellings in the subdivision based on the number of units constructed at the time. Condition 7, the proposed elevations for dwellings to be built in the subdivision will provide appropriate architectural and aesthetic design requirements. 8, the conditions imposed on the development of the subject property shall continue to apply to it in the event of transfer to a third party or successor developer. Condition 9, as required by the UDO, Section 413, G, 2A, 4 and 2, the developer shall reserve space at the entrance into the development from Jordan Hill Road for a landscape entry with appropriate signage designating the site development commensurate with the design, architecture, and aesthetic character of the site development, and shall provide plans for review and approval of such signage by the Board of Commissioners. Condition 10, developer shall install 10 to 12 flowering deciduous trees on the existing berm off-site to the south, subject to receiving written consent from the property owner. Now for this special exception application, 23-13S. Should I continue, or do you all want to make consideration of the rezone?
I think we should go ahead and vote on individually as he goes through.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's no question you have to vote on the individual applications. The only question is whether you want to go ahead and hear everything right now and then come back and vote. You've got to vote separately.
I understand, Newton, but if we turn it down, then he's read all this stuff for nothing.
Okay. Well, and I don't want Mr. Reese to read things for no purpose.
I would like to inquire regarding the conditions. Is that appropriate at this point? There was a comment made in opposition that something about rental properties within the, I know that within the community to be developed, there has been suggestions of conditions in previous cases where we've suggested a percentage limit within the HOA that would be passed on. Is that something that would be considered or would be amenable to the members of the board?
I'd like to segue on that and ask who's going to enforce that.
Well, just to make note, and Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, that request to up it from 10 to 25%, he did discuss that in a community meeting. I don't know if he wants to expound on that discussion.
Sure. Ms. DeGrasse was inaccurate, as happens. At the public meeting, we discussed a range of things. The 10% is the Teeman Road property that we already submitted. We've been 25% for the whole time on these. They're small properties. It's 24 lots, which means 6 rentals. We have to keep some ability for people to rent their homes. It always happens. People will move, maybe want to keep one house as an investment property. A lot of cases, we have military people that get positioned overseas and need to rent their home, that sort of thing. Or if they can't sell their house, they're upside down their mortgage, they need to rent it and carry it for a while. So it's basically 10%. As Teeman was 295 lots, so 10% was 29 homes. That's plenty. Whereas this is 24, so 10% would have been 2, and in this case, we said 25. We've been saying 25 the entire time at the large public meeting, even when we met with the residents behind, and they're fine with it as well. And also to be clear, right now, the zoning for both of them does not include any rental restrictions. So right now, it could be 100% rental.
Just as a follow-up, do you agree that that's enforceable, the question, by the homeowners association?
Right. Yeah, the homeowner association documents are pretty critical. You all review them in here. We have to present them to the staff. They review them to ensure the enforceability. Basically, once you've sold homes to 24, in this case 24, homeowners, as you may see a little bit tonight, there's probably people here that are opposed to rentals within their own neighborhood. And generally, they become the strong enforcers. They have the ability to fine the people if they rent it beyond the capacity. Basically, what happens with the homeowner association is the first 6 people that ask to rent their homes just get approved. And from that point forward, none are approved until somebody has terminated the rental. And so basically, if somebody has, say somebody lives there 5 years, they move out and they choose to rent their home and there's still one space available, it becomes a rental. Once they sell the home, they lose that rental ability, and the next person on the list that has applied. So if you have 7 people that have applied, you've got one person sitting waiting until one of the rental homes is converted back to a for sale house. If somebody rents it in disregard for that, then it is up from the enforcement, which is a critical question from Mr. Harris. Enforcement is up to the residents of their own neighborhood. They have the power under the HOA first to fine the person. There's a fine period, there's a notice period where they can resolve the issue, and then after that they can lien their property. So when that house ever gets sold or refinanced, you've got a lien in position ahead of anything, which is the ultimate sort of hammer, I guess you'd say. So.
Thank you.
But you get into neighbors suing neighbors, and that's always a really touchy thing.
Yeah, well, if somebody tries to break a rule, and yes, that happens sometimes. But this is a pretty dramatic one. It's a use thing that people will be very vehemently opposed to. So this is probably more prone than any for the residents to fight and support. It's not like somebody's leaving a work vehicle in their driveway or something against the covenants. Putting residents in there in conflict with a rental restriction criteria is almost certainly going to be fought at all times by existing residents.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? If there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion on 2306Z.
I make a motion that the application be approved with the conditions as recommended by staff.
Have a motion to approve with conditions. Second? Second. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay, Mr. Rick.
All right, special exception application 23-13S. Request approval for cluster dwellings in R2, traditional design, site development in R2. The property is currently zoned AR1, agricultural and residential, with a request to be rezoned to R2, single-family residential district. The applicant requests a special exception approval to allow cluster dwellings. A cluster dwelling is defined in the UDO, section 203F, as dwelling cluster, one of a series of attached and or detached single-family individually owned dwelling units of conventional construction which may be set against one or two lot lines rather than in the middle of the lot, combined with joint ownership of common areas of buildings and grounds. UDO section 803B3 provides the following development standards. Density shall not exceed 6 dwellings per acre. Site-built single-family dwelling with a heated floor area of at least 2,000 square feet. Upon special exception approval, the development must comply with all requirements of the subdivision ordinance of Spalding County, irrespective of the number of dwellings or lots on which the special exception is requested, and each dwelling must be served by public sewer and public water. Section 803B3E provides the following mandatory development standards. Development standards for construction of condominiums, patio dwellings, or cluster dwellings in R2 districts. Minimum lot size, 6,000 square feet. Minimum lot width, 50 feet. Minimum front yard, 25 feet. Minimum side yard depth, 15 feet or closer, subject to compliance with applicable fire rating construction. Minimum rear yard depth, 20 feet. from the exterior walls of the structure abutting to the rear for interior lots bounded on the rear by other lots with the same subdivision. As far as the garage, each structure must include a garage to accommodate at least one vehicle per dwelling unit. Additional off-street paved parking must be provided for at least one additional vehicle. As far as street lighting, subdivision plans must provide for street lighting within the subdivision. Sidewalks, minimum 3 feet wide sidewalk located between edge of curb and exterior margin right of way. The subject property abuts Sun City Peachtree development. The development will be served by public sewer. Access to the public sewer makes the development compatible with the adjoining property in Sun City Peachtree to the south. If I may read the rest of our analysis, the proposed development of the subject property will not be detrimental to Sun City Peachtree. The subject property's access to sewer is a key distinction, and therefore staff does not see any adverse effects on the health and safety of the residents. The proposed use for the subject property will not cause any depreciating effects or damages on the adjoining Sun City and the surrounding properties in that area. The size of the development will increase the traffic on Jordan Hill Road. The development of the property will not create conditions that impact the use of adjoining properties. However, the property is of sufficient size to satisfy the space requirements of the use. The development must comply with all other development requirements set forth by the ordinance. Most of the requirements will be enforced during the platting and development phase. Standards for analysis for traditional design site development. UDO section 413 G2A sets forth the requirements for a traditional design site development as follows. Each house within a subdivision must be built with at least 2 of the following: authentic exterior siding, i.e. wood or wood appearing, minimum 10 feet ceilings on ground floor with the exception of powder rooms, restrooms, utility rooms, pantries, and closets, minimum 8 feet depth front porches extending at least 60% of the width of the facade of the house, foundations or slab above grade to make the appearance of a crawl space or crawl space, Victorian gingerbread detailing widow's walk, bay windows or turrets, decorative gable vents and gables, entrance porticos, Greek revival columns, decorative window pediments. UDO section 413G 2A 2 and 3 impose additional requirements or incentives for common space, garage designs, and sidewalks that are imposed at the preliminary plat stage and building permit stage. The proposed development will have aesthetic requirements that are not required in a standard development in R2. This would add to the value of the development of adjacent properties. The property could currently be developed with lots meeting the minimum requirements of 3 acres provided by the current AR1 zoning and provide the owner with an economical return. Granting the rezoning and special exception to develop lots of 1 dwelling per 2 acres should not result in depreciation or damage to the neighboring properties. The development is consistent with the residential use seen south of the subject property in Sun City. The properties to the north, east, and west of the development range in lot sizes. However, they are considerably similar in use as they are residential lots. If the rezoning and special exception are approved, the development on the subject property must comply with all design requirements of the UDO section 413. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Condition 1, the number of residential lots shall not exceed 25 lots. Any increase to the number of residential lots will have to come before the Board of Commissioners for approval. 2, the minimum house size for all residential dwellings shall be 2,000 square feet. 3, the subdivision shall be limited to the traditional designs and shall comply with all developments and design requirements set forth in the UDO, Section 413. 4, no vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. Condition 5, prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present proposed documents to create a homeowners association for the developer. 6, prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present restrictive covenants which will restrict the rental of dwellings to 25% of the total dwellings in the subdivision. 7, the proposed elevations for dwellings to be built in the subdivision will provide appropriate architectural and aesthetic design requirements which shall be made a condition of rezoning. 8, as required by the UDO, reserve space at the entrance, the developer shall reserve space at the entrance in the site development of Jordan Hill Road for a landscaped entry with appropriate signage designating the site development commensurate with the design, architecture, and art and aesthetic character of the site development, and shall provide plans for review and approval of such signage by the Board of Commissioners. 9, the conditioners imposed on the development of the subject property shall continue to apply in the event of transfer to a third party or successor developer. And last, 10, an inbound right turning lane will be required from Jordan Hill Road. The applicant or developer will work with the Public Works Department to determine access specifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We have item 23-13S, vote upon.
Can I ask one question first? So on that, with the previous application, we said it would be lots shall not exceed 24. And now this one says 25. Will we not want to keep that consistent?
If it's your pleasure.
I think it should stick with the 24 that's already been determined.
Okay.
Mary Louise? Frank?
I'd stick with 24.
Any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve application 23-13S with the conditions noted, the community development director, and the change to from the 25 to the 24 lots.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Harris. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Variance application 23-11V, request approval of reduction of front, side, and rear setbacks. The following are the current setback requirements. 1, UDO section 803B3E3, front yard setback 25 feet, side yard setback 15 feet, side corner lot setback, the requirement is 35 feet with sewer. The applicant is requesting a reduction of the above mentioned requirements to facilitate interaction between homeowners and pedestrians and create a cohesive and pedestrian-oriented community. The requested changes will bring the homes close to the street, with garages being at least 20 feet from the sidewalk. This will provide space from extra parking in the driveways. The applicant's variance request is as follows. Front yard setback, requesting reduction to 20 feet, side yard setback reduction to 8 feet, side corner lot setback reduction to 10 feet. UDO section 411 sets forth the standards by which a variance request must be reviewed as follows. The Board of Appeals shall, in granting a variance, determine that, well, in this case, the BOC, number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular parcel because of its size, shape, location, and topography. Application of this ordinance to the particular parcel would create a practical difficulty or an unnecessary hardship on the property owner. Such conditions are peculiar and unique to the particular parcel. The variance, if granted, would not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair the purpose and intent of this ordinance. A literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of any rights that others owning property within the same zoning classification are allowed. Other criteria to consider is that the variance, if granted, shall not go beyond the minimum necessary to afford relief and does not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties within the same zoning classification. The variance may be granted with such conditions imposed as may be necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare and general value of the property in the general neighborhood, and granting the variance shall not be based on consideration of any existing non-conforming uses on nearby parcels and no permitted use of any parcel in any other zoning classification. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Number one, garage entrances shall be a minimum of 20 feet from the sidewalk edge. 2, front and side yards will be sodded. 3, rear yards will be sodded on those lots that abut subdivision amenity areas. Condition 4, no vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. 5, in addition to landscaping required by the UDO, Section 413, street stress shall be required on both sides of all streets, planted at 50 feet intervals, 2-inch minimum caliper. And 6, in addition to the foundation requirements in the UDO Section 413 G2A I2D, exposed concrete foundations are not permitted.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know that we ought to be in the business of facilitating the interaction between neighbors. You know, good fences make good neighbors, and good setbacks make good neighbors.
Any other discussion from up front here?
No, I'm curious as to why the staff recommendation doesn't speak to the setbacks. It mentions the garages have to be 20 feet back, but it didn't go ahead and talk about the reduction of the front setback, the side setback, or in the recommendation. It just says that it's approved, but not with any specificity. Is that important or not?
Well, I could explain. The purpose of his request, what the staff saw was the need to make this more of a community setting environment, and that was the purpose of the reduction of the setbacks, so that there be more of a neighborly feel within the community, and that was the purpose of the request to reduce those setbacks.
I get that point. The thing is that they're asking for a variance to reduce the 25, 15, whatever that other number was, and 35, and then we just say yes. We don't say it can only be 8, it can only be, is that important, or is that a not important issue?
Well, if you consider approval, you can make that as part of your motion, that it can only be 8 feet, it can only be 10 feet, wherever your pleasure is. If that's being considered.
Yeah, we can make his request that he's got there, make that the standard on the condition, and then where it's front yard setback 20, side yard setback 8, so forth, corner lot 10. We can incorporate that into the condition.
And you can spit that far.
Any other discussion?
I have, just as a matter of preference, I have difficulties with these kind of things where I can see the logic from both sides. And I don't know how far we go trying to help folks, in essence, make more money. There's a right to appropriate use of the property and a right to an appropriate amount of benefits as a result of that. So you ought to be able to make some money by using the property that you own and bought. But sometimes it's like you bought a pig in the poke and now you're complaining that you just got a pig and not a pig and a half or whatever. And that makes me leery of some of the applications for variances. If you bought a size 6 lot and you want to buy and put a size 9 shoe on it, it's not going to fit. So that's just my personal
Yeah, they have to reduce
struggle.
this.
I kind of
May have
don't
to
know what to
reduce,
do with it.
may have to reduce the size of the houses. I am all for giving people space, and that may be because I grew up in the country. I lived in town for 10 years. I wouldn't do it again if I had a choice.
We do have a generation of people, though, who spend a lot of time on the couch, and they don't want to do yard work, so there is that aspect of it as well.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to do it if they don't want to, but they don't need to see their neighbor doing it when they're when they're on the couch. I'm not trying to be tough on this, Brian, but this setback and
It's fine. Perhaps if I could address it in a general way instead of just our specific project. Your ordinance, as with any city or county, just has a few specific zoning categories, and they spell out generally always minimums. When you come up with across the city, there's all kinds of different housing styles, developments, everything else, and it's virtually impossible to get anything to fit exactly precisely into anybody's zoning category. So what you try to do, whether it's here or anywhere else, is find the one that's the most suitable to the quality that you want to build. And then when you look at it, you then have to go through all the little microscopic requirements, and there's always a few that don't quite fit. It doesn't matter. I mean, it happens everywhere on almost every category. I mean, to use an example, in DeKalb County, in the inner city, when we do townhome projects, they've tried at some point in the past, they passed their ordinance to try to make it so people use public transit, but a huge amount of the area is not covered by transit, so it's not functional. But their zoning has a maximum driveway length of 10 feet. So you can't park extra cars in it, so you end up with 2 cars in the garage and that's it. So we always have to ask for a variance to extend the driveway length so that we can actually create a site plan that functionally works and meets the requirements. That's usually why you'll see some of these variances. Every once in a while, somebody may try to get one by you that creates a really sort of negative situation, but for the most part, they're just trying to create a situation where they submit a plan that they think functionally works, that the staff can go through it and make sure that it meets all the criteria. There are some, like, for example, we've proposed 20-foot front yard versus the 25. Ultimately, 25 is fine. You know, it's not the end of the world. It just allows us, basically, we found that over the years, people wanted their front yards to be smaller and their backyards to be bigger. It's just that simple. The lot's the same size. You can keep it at 25. It just means the house is 5 foot further back, which is a bigger front yard, but the backyard shrinks. So from us, it's just a minor detail. It won't change the house we build or what we do there. The side setbacks may. With the bigger side setbacks, we're trying to get from 15 down to 10, and that's a 10-foot total on the house. You could take the same lot, and instead of building a 40-foot wide house, which is what we've shown you, you can build 30-foot wide houses. And still meet the zoning code, but we wanted to build a bigger, wider house because we're proposing a category that's higher square footage and trying to get to a higher end product, and
I know.
that's the logic for that one. So one by one, there's some design criteria. I think for the most part, whether it's us or other people, you'll see that they generally have some logic in the overall master design of what somebody's doing. But yes, you do have to always keep your eye out in case somebody's trying to squeeze something in, trying to squeeze something too close to a neighbor that exists or something like that. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
To add to my dilemma, I'm also sensitive to the fact that you were, after discussion with the community group, you were willing to build that additional setback, and you lost 2 lots in the process. So again, I'm in a dilemma here. I'm not
Yeah,
yay or naying. I'm just saying that it's a concern for me personally.
Yeah. It's the same, basically the same setbacks between the houses as are in those houses behind us. And you were talking about putting a specific number on it. I would actually prefer that you don't, because this is the minimum. In almost all cases, they're further apart. You have site conditions, you have, when the grade changes, you have slopes between them. You need space, so we absolutely, we can't pack them in at the exact same dimension. So we do need to keep that flexibility to spread them further apart. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Bruce? Frank?
I don't like the setback being reduced that much.
All right, if there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion on 2311V.
Make a motion to approve application 23-11V with staff conditions.
Have a motion to approve with staff conditions. Do I have a second?
I would be, I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if you would be willing to put in conditions of saying not less than 20 feet for the front yard, 8 feet for the sides, and 10 feet on the side lot.
Okay. Do that.
Then I will second the motion with that amendment.
Okay. You got that, Frank?
I'm gonna live with that.
Those in favor of the amended motion, signify by raising your right hand.
All right. Variance application 23-11 AV request approval of reduction of cul-de-sac diameter and expand cul-de-sac length. The following are the current setback requirements. UDO Appendix A, Section 502 L6 requires that a residential cul-de-sac have a minimum diameter of 120 feet. UDO Appendix A, Section 502K requires that no cul-de-sac may exceed 300 linear feet. As mentioned in the previous variance request, the applicant is requesting to reduce and exceed the above-mentioned requirements. The approval of the variance will facilitate interaction between homeowners and pedestrians and create a cohesive and pedestrian-oriented community. The request to exceed the 300 linear feet in cul-de-sac length would also allow the applicant or developer to work around a stream that bisects the site. The applicant's variance request is as follows: minimum diameter 100 feet, cul-de-sac length to exceed 300 feet. Staff recommends approval of the reduction of the cul-de-sac diameter from the required 120 feet to 100 feet. Staff recommends approval of the request to exceed the 300 linear feet in cul-de-sac length to grant relief from the impact of the stream located on the lot.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion about that?
Actually, sorry to keep jumping up here, guys. If I could suggest one change. This was done when we thought the cul-de-sac, asphalt cul-de-sac was 80 feet. We now have to meet the standard of the fire department, which is 96, and we do need 10 feet around each side. So instead of going down to 100, we only need it to be 116, which is the 96-foot asphalt plus 10 feet on each side. So if I could ask you, I mean, you can make it 100, but we'll be limited to 116 anyway. So I would suggest that if you choose to approve it, that you change that 100 in the staff report to 116, which is what it'll actually be built to.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Sorry to interrupt, apologize.
I'm okay with
Any discussion on that? If there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
that. So moved.
Okay, I have a motion to approve with staff conditions. I have a second.
Just a matter of language to staff conditions as recommended.
Well,
For the
I guess the
amendment.
amended conditions was 116 figure.
There you go.
As opposed to the 100.
Who made the motion?
So-
Okay, we have a second. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay. All right. Well, that was item 1, so we're down to item 2. And again, I guess we'll entertain a motion to consider all 3 things here. It's really 2 items, but we'll lump them all together and talk about them and then vote on them. So moved. Have a second.
Second.
All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Okay, I'll read it into the record. Item 2, consider the approval of Minerva's master plan for property located in parcels 244-0211A and 244-02011. The proposed development will consist of 59 lots of approximately 6,000 square feet. Application 23-14S, Minerva Spring Lake LP owners parcels 244-0211A and 244-0211, approximately 30.694 acres located in land lot 169 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow cluster dwellings traditional design. This property is currently zoned PDD, Plan Development District. Application 23-12V, Minerva Spring Lake LP owner, parcels 244-0211A and 244-0211, approximately 30.694 acres located in land lot 169 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a variance to reduce the front, side, and rear setbacks. This property is currently zoned PDD, Plan Development District. Mr. Davidson, you want to come up and talk some more?
Come up when I'm not supposed to and don't when I am. Thanks, Eva.
Sorry.
I think,
There we go.
Jordan Hill South. Okay, great. So this property is already zoned PDD for 11,000 square foot lots, minimum 1,750 square foot homes, and no rental restrictions on it right now. Our basic goal is to allow some smaller lots to 6,000 feet. The range of the lots as it's laid out is from about 6,000 to 12,000. Under the current zoning, we could fit about 49 or 50 lots as is. So we are, essentially, we're getting a net gain of about 9 lots. And in exchange for that, we have increased the minimum square footage, part of our request into that new category. And also, we have agreed, which is not up here, but we've also agreed with the neighboring residents to do a 25% rental cap restriction as well on this. Otherwise, everything is the same as the other project. We think it'll probably be a similar builder with similar type of product. And Eva, if you could flip through. This is the property on the west side. The sewer in Sun City runs right up the creek and is kind of right at the property there. And next picture. That's the site there. We invited all the people on Little Gem on that side to the meeting. A few came, but not that many, and didn't have any issues with the property on the west side. This is the plan. I didn't point out in the other one, but it is kind of interesting to note we tried to keep a preservation strip along the along Jordan Hill Road. Back when we were developing Sun City, we tried to landscape across the frontage and try to hide the houses away a little bit to make that road approach more aesthetically pleasing. So we've done it on these properties as well. When we grade that out, that'll probably be bermed and landscaped. Oh, sorry, if you can go back just to the plan. That's okay. The southern part of the property is not buildable, mainly because of the flood zone through there. And the west side is buildable, but there's a creek there, and we just elected not to cross it. We're just, I think, 1 or 2 properties away from Cherokee Rose, so we felt it was valuable to keep that strip of forest there for these homes, and a little pocket park inside the neighborhood. And I think that's probably it. Next slide is, yeah, on to the next project. Yeah, again, fairly straightforward, and happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Any questions from up front here?
I'm good, thank you.
Do we have anybody signed up?
We do, yes, sir. Michelle Drugaz?
Michelle Drugaz, 312 Whispering Pines Way, Griffin, Georgia, Sun City Peachtree. Just a reminder, what I passed out to you guys earlier, it shows you what it looks like for clustered developments. These are 2-story family homes, not what's in Sun City that Brian keeps comparing it to. Sun City is mostly ranches with 1 to 2 people living in them. These are going to be family homes, 2 stories, built side by side, 20 feet from the sidewalk where the garage is, and you can see that they are parked in the driveways. They're parked on the street. This is what these neighborhoods are going to look like. And so also, what I gave you was an open records request for the sheriff's office, because I read through the traffic feasibility study that Minerva had produced, and there was no mention of accidents. And we've had several accidents right in front of the entrance to Sun City Peachtree. That needed to be considered, and I did not find that in the traffic feasibility study that Minerva produced. So that's something to look at, that there were 96 accidents recorded in that area, because I looked at the Tiemann Road, Jordan Hill Road, and Baptist Camp Road, because these are the 3 corridors that are deeply affected by all of these homes coming in, including Tiemann Point when it's built. And then there's also included an example of a roundabout, which is what I'm suggesting for the 4-way stop at Jordan Hill and Tiemann Roads. Because if you want to progress and move the traffic through safely, that is the best thing to do that. Henry County, next door to us, understands that. They understand the safety for the travelers, and they're constantly building roundabouts where the 4-way stops used to be for safety and progression through those intersections. I also want to talk about the fact that when we're looking at the entrances to these proposed subdivisions, and this was already agreed to, I believe, for Tiemann Point, that there be a sidewalk and streetlights at that entrance too. And this is, again, for safety for the people that live in there, and safety for the people that are turning in and out of there. And we need a commitment on the price range of these homes, and it needs to be in writing. Thank you for your time.
Lawrence Weeks?
I'm Lawrence Weeks, 2966 Tiemann Road, Griffin, Georgia. I'm here because of the traffic problem on Tiemann Road. I live on Tiemann Road. They've just backed up to my property fixing to put over 200 homes. Well, the number changes. I don't know what the last number was. But that was what's called Teeman Point. Between Teeman Point and the four-way stop, there's 5 developments going on. There's Peachtree, Sun City. It dumps out on Teeman Road. Then across the road from there, they're fixing to build 19 more homes. It's already been, went through everything it needs to go through. Then you go on down, you got 3 more subdivisions. That's within about 3.5, 4 miles. And Teeman Road's a little short, a short road. I think it's 7 miles long. But the width of it, if you have an emergency, you don't have nowhere to go unless you find somebody's drive. And it's a mess up through there. On race day, you can forget about going somewhere, just about it. But they're the same people that's building this, want to build everything else. They're wanting to jam all these people in here, like these houses they're requesting now. Y'all have the authority. If you want this man to give you 25 foot from the front of the house to the street, you get it. If you want 8 foot from the back of the house to the line, you get it. He's here asking, and y'all are here defending the rights of the people of Spalding County. And we like progress, but you got to do it reasonable. And like I said, they're bringing all those thousands of houses right there at us. And people told me when I bought my property, I didn't tell them how much I had. I called down here and I said, how much property I need to build a house. First time I was told 4 acres. That didn't bother me. I had more than 4 acres. Then they told me, you got to survey it. I had to survey it out at my cost. And then I found out it was 2 acres. Now y'all let these people come in and build 6 houses on 1 acre. 6 houses is just too many, especially if you got, how many cars are you going to have, especially if you have kids in the community? You know, I heard my timer go off, but there's a point to be made there. We got to think about traffic, and we got to think about everybody's lifestyle and safety in the community.
That's all.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion before Mr. Reese?
This case petition is for Minerva Master Plan. Applicant is Minerva Spring Lake LP. Location of property is Jordan Hill Road. Properties adjacent to this site. The site north boundary is zoned AR1, east boundary zoned AR1, south boundary and west boundary R1 for single family. The applicant is seeking approval of their master development plan, concept plan for their proposed traditional design subdivision. This development will consist of 59 lots of approximately 6,000 square feet. The applicant also has requested a special exception and variance, seeking approval of the site development to be developed with clustered dwellings pursuant to UDO Section 803B3 as a traditional design site development. The variance seeks approval for the reduction of setbacks. Under the current zoning of this lot, the applicant is also required to conduct a public hearing with adjacent property owners within a 1.5 mile radius. The applicant held their first hearing on June 29, 2023, and their second hearing took place on July 20, 2023. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Condition 1, the number of residential lots shall not exceed 59 lots. Any increase to the number of residential lots will have to come before the Board of Commissioners for approval. 2, no vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. 3, the subdivision shall be limited to the traditional design and shall comply with all development and design requirements set forth in the UDO. 4, the minimum house size for all residential dwellings shall be 2,000 square feet. 5, prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present proposed documents to create a homeowners association for the development. Condition 6, prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present restrictive covenants which restrict the rental of dwellings to 25% of the total dwellings in the subdivision, based on the number of units constructed at the time. Condition 7, the proposed elevations for dwellings to be built in the subdivision will provide appropriate architectural and aesthetic design requirements. Condition 8, the conditions imposed on the development of the subject property shall continue to apply to it in the event of transfer to a third party or successor developer. 9, as required by the UDO, Section 413G2A 4 and 2, the developer shall reserve space at the entrance into the site development from Jordan Hill Road for a landscaped entry with appropriate signage designating the site development commensurate with the design, architecture, and aesthetic character of the site development, and shall provide plans for review and approval of such signage by the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, any comment from up front here? If there's no further comment, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the master plan.
I'll make a motion to approve application 23-14S with staff recommendations.
Have a motion to approve with staff conditions. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. I'm sorry.
Okay, seconded by Mary Louise. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. I guess it's 3. Those opposed? Okay.
If I may say something, you guys voted on application 2314S, and that's going to be the next case.
Yeah,
You
we-
guys have to vote for the approval of the master plan first, and then move on to the special exemption.
Okay, I'm good.
I apologize
Change
for
my
that.
motion for that.
Okay, have a motion to approve the master plan, which, I have a second.
I'll add that second.
Okay, those in favor of approving the master plan, signify by raising your right hand. 3, those opposed? 1. Okay. Okay, I guess we're ready to move to 2314S.
Ready? Okay. The property is currently zoned PDD.
2314 or 2312, John? Y'all have just voted on the master plan.
Just
in
did
14.
2314S.
So,
So we're on 14 for a second motion since the master plan needed to be approved first.
the master plan, from my understanding, has a separate vote, and then the special exemption, which is
So,
2314S.
Mr. Reese has already described 2314, and that's ready for your vote again.
Okay,
Okay, I thought he described the master plan, but I'm cool with that.
yeah.
But if you want to hear 2314 again, that's fine.
No, no, that's fine.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve 23-14S.
Okay, all right.
With
I have a second.
staff conditions.
With staff's condition. I'll second that. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed? All right, we're ready for the next.
Give me just a moment. My apologies. Variance application 2312V, request approval of reduction of front, side, and rear setbacks. The following are the current setback requirements. 1, UDO section 803B3E3, front yard setback. The requirement is 25 feet. Side yard setback requirement is 15 feet. Requirement for side corner lot setback is 35 feet with sewer. The applicant is requesting a reduction of the above-mentioned requirements to facilitate interaction between homeowners and pedestrians and create a cohesive and pedestrian-oriented community. The requested changes will bring the homes closer to the street, with garages being at least 20 feet from the sidewalk. This will provide space for extra parking in the driveways. The applicant's variance request is as follows. The requests are for front yard setback reduction to 20 feet, side yard setback reduction to 8 feet, side corner lot setback reduction to 10 feet. The following are the variance criteria for analysis. One, that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular parcel because of size, shape, location, and topography. You also consider if the application of this ordinance to the particular parcel would create a practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship on the property owner. Such conditions are peculiar and unique to the particular parcel. Also consider if whether the variance, if granted, would not cause substantial detriment to the public good or impair the purpose and intent of this ordinance. A literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of any rights that other owning property within the same zoning classification are allowed. You also consider that the variance, if granted, shall not be beyond the minimum necessary to afford relief and does not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties within the same zoning classification. The variance may be granted with such conditions to impose as may be necessary to protect the health, safety, welfare, and general value of the property in the general neighborhood. And granting the variance shall not be based on consideration of any existing nonconforming uses on nearby parcels and no permitted use of any parcel in any other zoning classification. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Number 1, garage entrances shall be a minimum of 20 feet from the sidewalk edge. Number 2, front and side yards will be sodded. Number 3, rear yards will be sodded on those lots that abut subdivision amenity areas. 4, no vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. Condition 5, in addition to landscaping required by the UDO, section 413G 2A3, street tress shall be required on both sides of all streets, planted at 50-foot intervals, 2-inch minimum caliper. Condition 6, in addition to the foundation requirements in the UDO, section 413G 2A I2D, exposed concrete foundations are not permitted. Please note the proposed project shall be developed consistent with the conditions in this report, all codes and ordinances of Spalding County, the state of Georgia, and all other applicable regulatory agencies.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, the application is for changes to the front, side, and rear property line, setback. I don't see the rear referred to or given reference in the notes, the statement, the coverage at all. Not that they're asking for anything for the rear, but I would like to suggest that we specifically state that there won't be a change to the rear and whatever the rear is. I'm not quick enough to be able to quote that on top of my head, but whatever that rear setback is needs to be, because the applicant states that they want the variance from the rear, I would say that we need to have a conclusive statement in our findings of what that rear is and that it should be maintained.
That, noted.
I'd be glad to make that as a motion if I had some numbers to write in there to, if we could look that up. The PPD
Eva should know that.
standards, whatever that is.
Eva should know that. She could give you exactly.
We're looking it up right now.
Was it meant to be the side, like the other one there?
No, it specifically says the word rear, so I think we need to address it, so.
That's what it says on the agenda.
A side corner is a subset of a side, so I think that's been covered, but not the rear.
Rear setback is 25
Rear setback is 25.
per PDD.
Rear setback is 25.
25 feet?
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. I
Okay.
apologize, that's for shopping center.
That was the same verbiage you showed the previous one.
Oh, really?
There's no mentions of setbacks.
We specified just the other.
Yeah, you're right.
So we could just
I didn't catch it in the others.
front
You build a
side,
house and you're,
inside
all
corners.
that's left
leave
is the
alone.
rear.
Can't do it.
As a point of order, if we could, it's just been pointed out that the other applications also stated the rear, and we didn't address that at the time. I'm sorry I overlooked that. Is there anything that we should take into consideration in legally?
If the applicant has not requested a change in the rear setback or yard, there's no change that's occurred, Ms. Upshaw. So they have to comply with that. And they would have to comply with the other setbacks unless y'all approve a variance for it. So, on one hand, there's no problem with specifically stating what that is, but unless they make a request for it, it applies.
Thank
The
you.
rear setback applies.
So for consistency, we should not address it in our motion.
It would,
Well, they will have,
I don't want to say it's unnecessary, I don't want to tell you that it's unnecessary, but they have to comply with
Right.
what the code requires.
Thank you.
Why don't we say what we want? Doesn't hurt to have it in writing. Would you like to amend that,
If there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion on 2312V.
I will make a motion that the application be, for the variance be approved per staff's recommendation with a specification that the setbacks shall not be less than 20 feet front, 8 feet side, and 10 feet on the side corner.
Okay, have a motion to approve with amended conditions. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Harris. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, we're down to item 3, and I guess we will call Mr. Davis back up and have him talk about Teeman Point plat.
Again, Brian Davison of Minerva USA, 2292 Henderson Mill Road. Hopefully this should be short and simple. This is a request to approve the preliminary plat. This is exactly the same plan that we submitted for the rezoning in the prior process that went through Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners. This is just a step in the process. We didn't change anything at all, and we meet all requirements and conditions of the zoning variances, et cetera. The blue piece in the top corner is the fire station site. We have a minor subdivision plat in the works to carve that piece out. Depending on the timing, it should be done in the next couple of weeks and will be donated to the county for a new fire station. Yeah, and that's about it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Anybody sign?
Yes, sir. Ms. Michelle Drugaz?
Yes, Michelle Drugaz, 312 Whispering Pines Way, Griffin, Georgia, Sun City, Peachtree. Good evening. When the Board of Commissioners approved Minerva Spring Lake Teeman Point subdivision on May 25th, 2023, there were many Sun City, Peachtree, and Teeman Road residents in attendance, fighting against these cluster homes. Why, you ask? Look at the pictures that I gave you about what a cluster development looks like once it is built, and the cars are parked in the driveways and on the streets. There are no yards for the children to play in on these 50-foot lots, with the homes 8 to 10 feet apart. The kids play in the streets. This does not reflect the rural feel of Spalding County nor promote a healthy way to raise children. But here we are, and the preliminary plat is now being presented to you by Minerva. What we are asking for is a second entrance exit to be put into the plat for a safer entry exit to and from Teeman Point onto Smoke Road. The current entrance is between 2 curves on Teeman Road and will be the only entrance exit for the 295 homes, which will serve a minimum of 600 vehicles entering and exiting the subdivision. A second entry exit onto Smoke Road will be a second and safer option for those residents. Minerva should make the road improvements to Smoke Road to accommodate for this entrance exit. I also bring to your attention the traffic accident report that I received from the Spalding County Sheriff's Office for the 18 months of January 1st, 2022 through May 23rd, 2023. The traffic feasibility study presented by Minerva for a 5-year period along that proposed entrance to Teeman Point found only 12 accidents had occurred. The accident report that I requested and have given you copies of showed 96 accidents occurring along Teeman Road, Jordan Hill Road, and Baptist Camp Road. You have to look at the entire area which will be impacted from the increased traffic, not just the small area in front of Teeman Point. And this study did not include the proposed Jordan Hill North or South or Spalding Village. This is why an independent traffic feasibility study should have been completed to tell the real story. We're asking for a roundabout to be constructed to replace the 4-way stop at Teeman Road and Jordan Hill Road to provide safe progression through the intersection for the more than 11,000 cars which will be traveling through that intersection. Remember, there will be over 3,400 vehicles from Sun City Peachtree utilizing that intersection. There will be over 4,800 homes in a 3-mile radius of Sun City Peachtree utilizing this intersection. At the town hall meeting presented by Minerva on June 29th, Brian Davison stated that he would be willing to donate the land at the northeast and southwest corners of Jordan Hill at Teeman Road for the roundabout and would speak to T.J. Imberger about it. I'm asking you to table the preliminary plat until a second entrance exit onto Smoke Road is included in the plan, along with the needed road improvements to Smoke Road and a roundabout at Jordan Hill and Teeman Roads. Thank you again for your time.
Mr. Lawrence Weeks?
Lawrence Weeks, 2966 Teeman Road, Griffin, Georgia. I've been here on this one thing several times. There's a cemetery there that I don't know what they're going to do with, but they had promised originally when they come to y'all with it, that there would be 2 venues, 25 acres apiece in there. And there's a cemetery, and there's a railroad right-of-way down there. And all that area in green, they say that's gonna be floodplain. By the time you look at the floodplain and you look at the venues, they said, two of them are 25 acres, and you look at the railroad right-of-way, and they take out for the fire station, you don't end up about 40, 50 acres in there. But I just about had to pound this and pound it, and nobody understands. We were told that there would be no more than 3 houses per acre in that subdivision. And also that thing backs up, as the right-hand side, you can see that thing backs up. I think I've counted 35 houses backed up towards my line on that area. I want to make sure that there's plenty of floodplain left, keep from flooding me, and also the traffic is going to be hideous up and down that road. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you considering this. I think they hadn't got all the eggs in the basket on this. They've said they did all this stuff, had all this. They don't have the property to put as many homes as they want if they put 3 to the acre. Of course, Brian said we could take out, if we needed some more land for different, we could take out the fire station originally with the county commissioners. And I don't know where it stands. I'd like to know what the final thing is, or I guess it has to go back to the commissioners again. Am I right? Okay. Well, we'll just follow this dog till it dies. And this is full of, this is about as useful as a tick on the nose of a blowfly. We done beat this dog to death. It's been enough that we've been up here. I think this is about 6 or 7 times, and this still is not resolved. It's time to get it resolved and send Minerva down the road if they can't do what they say. I thank you very much, and God bless the USA.
Mr. Chairman, that's all that have signed up.
Okay. All right. Any comment from up front here yet?
I would be interested in hearing from Minerva regarding that second interest proposal.
Sure. We had a large number of people from Sun City not want an entrance on Smoke Road. Ms. Dugas, Michelle, lives on the far side over by Jordan Hill Road. There's all the new houses going in on Sun City that our property sits about 40 feet above and looks over. A number of people asked us not to put an entrance onto Smoke Road, which is fine. More importantly, from a safety perspective, smoke comes onto Tiemann Road at the curve, which is has been an issue in the past, that traffic coming around that corner. So it serves no purpose. It doesn't keep any cars off Tiemann Road. If they come out Smoke Road, they'll just turn onto Tiemann anyway. So it delays the traffic on Tiemann by about 30 seconds, and that's about it. The traffic study did require us to do a left turn lane coming along Tiemann Road. So traffic coming along Tiemann that will be turning left into our project will be able to slow down and come to a stop, and traffic will be able to continue by on the right-hand side. That's a fairly expensive enterprise, but definitely needed, and we're fine with that. So that has been designed. And I'm still not sure where this traffic study that keeps, or the 96 accidents it keeps getting referred to. After the traffic report was presented to me at the last meeting and the commissioners, I actually stood in a group of 3 with myself, Michelle, and Commissioner Ryan Bolden, who was with the Sheriff's Department, who explained to Michelle that she was reading the traffic report incorrectly, and it's not accidents, it's incidents. And that it covered an area that came all the way down almost to Griffin and this broad swath of area. For whatever reason, she hasn't asked for a corrected version of that, but just continues to throw out the same number, even though she's been advised by Commissioner Bolden that she's interpreting it incorrectly. We do trust our traffic engineer. We do want to make our community safe. That road widening is about a $400,000 to $500,000 expense that was imposed on us, but we understand the need for it, and we're fine with it. So that was part of the original zoning and approval process. We just designed it into our plan. It's part of our plans, and it's just sort of a given. The one thing that was requested by fire to us before we even submitted our first application was to take the entrance onto Smoke and actually split it, have a center median on it, so where it comes into the property, it's split. So if there's ever an accident right inside the neighborhood, or something happens where a car blocks one lane, people can still enter and exit during the emergency situation on the other side. And then lastly, the fire station actually has an access from our property right into the neighborhood. So fire trucks will come straight into the neighborhood through the back of the property. They won't even go down to Tiemann Road. Hopefully they don't have to, but when that situation comes up, that provides a third alternative for emergency access. So all that has been thought about. And if I just may, I just keep hearing the same thing no matter how much I address it. The donate land for the roundabout, that was Michelle's idea to create a roundabout there, not mine, not your Public Works Department. I made the statement that I think the county probably has 300 other road improvements elsewhere to spend their money before that, but of course, should they choose to do it there, I would obviously donate whatever land was needed for the roundabout, but it's irrelevant, because if the county wants to do a roundabout, they can just come and take my land and take the right of way. So it's immaterial. I don't see that ever happening. There's no need for it. The traffic engineer thought that the intersection was fine now and will be in the future. Addressing Mr. Weeks's issue at the cemetery, just so he's, I've explained this as well, but just so that we're real clear with it, there's an old cemetery there, the last grave site, the last tombstone, there's about 11 tombstones. On the last one, the person died in 1912. We have, part of the process was tracking down family members and letting them know that it's there. They already did know it was there, but we had to do it technically. We had an archaeologist locate all grave sites. We found about 5 that were unmarked as well. They've all been field located, surveyed. You have to, by code, define a proper buffer around them, and then it'll be fenced, and we have to maintain a perpetual access easement. Right now, the easement is all the way out to Tiemann Road. Once we develop and the roads internally are deeded to the county, that access easement will be off a county right away. So people that have family members in that cemetery will have perpetual access to it. We obviously, questions about us building in floodplain, we obviously can't build in floodplain. That's a moot point. Questions about us building on the railroad right away. It's not our land, and we can't build on that either. And we have 99 acres, 295 lots. It's right at 3 units per acre, which is in the master, in your long-range plan, which is 1 to 4 units per acre. So all these things have been discussed in the past. They've been discussed at the last Planning Commission meeting. They've been discussed at the last Board of Commissioners meeting. And we made sure that we submitted the exact same plan that was submitted previously, just so that there was no doubt or concern about us changing in any way anything that we proposed from the original application.
One very small question. In the site plan, you're showing the cemetery lot with what it looks like a walking trail around it? Is that?
Yeah, if you can zoom in somehow on the plan, hopefully it'll zoom in, I can show you. Yeah, see that surveyed shape? Mm-hmm. That's the actual boundary of the cemetery. I can't remember, but I think that line is at minimum of 20 feet past the edge of any gravesite that's in there. So that's the area that will be fenced in, and then the trail system is open space around it. That was a request from Commissioner Flowers Taylor, asked us to expand the green space in the center core of the property, so we did expand that as a common area park.
Thank you.
And I think we have there's 4 cemeteries in Heron Bay, all treated the same way, fenced, access, everything else. The HOA basically maintains it. Right now, it was overgrown. We've since gone in and cleaned it up. But we just leave it as is. We leave the tombstones where they are. We don't touch anything and just maintain the ground cover. That's it.
So Brian, you mentioned a perpetual easement to the cemetery.
Mhm.
So is that just, you consider that whole area there green space and it's all accessible from the area there, or?
Yeah,
I've
we-
seen specific easement noted.
Probably when the deed is done for that plat, I guess it doesn't show on there. We'll have to pick some path. I don't know what the best route is, but in the fence we put around it, we obviously we need to leave a opening for a vehicle gate for the landscape tractor to get in there to cut the grass. And so wherever that trail is to the road will be deeded as the access easement.
Brian, just as an FYI, the Griffin Historical Society has a book that has every cemetery in Spalding County,
Yeah.
including the ones in there. And it would be good if you could cross-reference that with what y'all are doing there. I mean, if you had to bring in ground-penetrating radar just to make sure that you weren't doing something over somebody's, I think that would be good.
Yeah, you're right, we did. Mr. Galloway basically walked us through the whole process of what was required not only under state code, but also under your ordinance. And we went through that process before. So we did contact them. We sent them the archaeological study, which had all the information that archaeologists had come up with, which obviously is the names of the tombstones, but they found a bit more information. Passed it off to them, and they're fully aware of it. So they have access to it, and
Okay.
they're on top of it. I believe they already had the information from back when we bought the property in 2005 or whenever. But, yeah, we just sent them the same updated information.
Just as an FYI, everybody needs to know, you and I are the only two that have been here the whole time.
Please don't remind me. Well, I don't know about that, actually.
Yeah, we are.
I've been around the whole
Okay, well, there you go. You just made me feel old.
Time flies when you're having fun, yeah.
Anybody have any more questions?
Any other
for me?
questions for Brian?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reese, do you think we could just read the conditions for approval, the final staff report, or?
We can. Again, this case petition is for a preliminary plat for Teeman Point. The property identified as Teeman Point is currently zoned as R2, single-family district with 295 residential lots. And the Board of Commissioners on May 25th, 2023 approved a special exception to allow single-family cluster dwellings, traditional design subdivision. The Board of Appeals on March 8, 2023 approved the 2 variance requests. The first variance request was to reduce the cul-de-sac diameter from a required 120 feet in diameter to a minimum of 96 feet in diameter. The second variance request was to reduce the setbacks. The request was approved to reduce the front setback to 20 feet from the required 25 feet, the side setback to 8 feet from the required 15, and the side corner lot setback from 10 feet from the required 35 feet. And I will read the following conditions. Condition number 1, net density of the development on subject property shall not exceed 3 dwellings per 1 acre. The number of residential lots shall not exceed 295 lots, a reduction from the proposed plan of 48 lots. The minimum house size for all residential dwellings shall be 2,000 square feet. The subdivision shall be limited to the traditional design and shall comply with all development and design requirements set forth in the UDO. No vinyl siding shall be used on the exterior of any dwelling. Prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present proposed documents to create a homeowners association for the development. Prior to approval of a final plat, the developer shall present restrictive covenants which restrict the rental of dwellings to 10% of the total dwellings in the subdivision based on the number of units constructed at the time. Condition 8, the proposed elevations for dwellings to be built in the subdivision will provide appropriate architectural and aesthetic design requirements which shall be made a condition of rezoning. Condition 9, as required by the UDO, the developer shall reserve space at the entrance into the site development from both Teeman and Smoke roads if an entry is developed there for a landscaped entry with appropriate signage designating the site development commensurate with the design, architecture, and aesthetic character of the site development, and shall provide plans for review and approval of such signage by the Board of Commissioners. Condition 10, the conditions imposed on the development of the subject property shall continue to apply to it in the event of transfer to a third party or successor developer. Condition 11, turning lanes will be required from Teeman Road. The applicant or developer will work with Public Works Department to determine access specifications. The proposed project shall be developed consistent with the conditions in this report, all codes and ordinances of the Spalding County, state of Georgia, and all other applicable regulatory agencies.
Question. I know on the last one, Mr. Davidson said that 96 foot was a mistake for the diameter, and it was 116. Does that apply to this one as well?
This was approved before we learned about the code.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. That one requirement was approved before we learned about the code. The fire department enforced the higher standard, so the land disturbance plans are actually calling for a 96-foot diameter call with 116-foot right away.
And very briefly, the conditions Mr. Reese just read are the same that were imposed on the zoning back in May or June.
Right.
Correct. All these conditions are already in place and enforceable.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with staff recommendations.
Have a motion to approve the staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a second. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. I think it's 4. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're coming up on 2 hours. Could we take a brief break until
I'm
8
with you.
o'clock?
We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back on item 4.
All right. Thank you.
5.
Missing our lawyer. I think he's got the guy on the phone beating his ear. We'll go ahead.
Oh, those, I know.
There's some of that stuff in those setbacks now.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Next item on the agenda is number 4, application 2311Z. Lester Renew owner, 132 Wani Road, approximately 5.33 acres, located in Land Lot 10 of the Second Land District. The applicant is requesting approval to rezone from R2 Single Family Low Density District to C1C Light Commercial. This property is also located within the AKB overlay. So do we have someone here to speak to that? Name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. Hi, I'm Jeremy Buffington, 103 Garden Circle, Milner. This development is located on the southwest corner of Wani Road and Arthur K. Bolton. We have proposed a 30,000 square foot building that is on the north side of the property closest to AKB, and a 20,000 square foot building, which will be an office warehouse on the south side of the property. There are several things that pertain to that overlay and some of the requirements, which are interparcel connectivity. You can see we've got an extension to the west property line, and also a potential extension to the southern property line from the parking that's located in front of the office warehouse on the south side. There's that 50-foot required buffer along Arthur K. Bolton, and we've also added some buffer areas on the western property line and the southern property line as well, just to give some of the residential areas adjacent to this property a little more space and some buffer. We looked at a preliminary landscape plan, some evergreen trees along Wani Road for a little buffer along that corridor. We have looked at, added some canopy trees on the interior of the site and foundation plantings around the buildings. We've also taken a look at a preliminary lighting layout for this. So you see some lighting call-outs in and around that parking lot area as well. And the site is served by on-site system and wells. So you can should be able to see the location of the 2 wells proposed on there, and the well halos for the distances should be a 100-foot radius around those wells away from the proposed on-site systems, which are shown in that light green haze on the north end of the building, 30,000 square foot building on the north side, and that light green on the bottom there on the south side of the property to service the other building. So they'll have individual on-site systems and individual wells serving each unit.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
All right, you had some, I guess, pictures depicting what the building might look like. Is that what you're planning for it to be, that particular
Correct,
style?
yes.
Similar to the one that's south of Griffin here on?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had was the buffer area between AKB and the side of the building there. Is that gonna be thick enough that you actually will not be able to see the side of the building from AKB?
100%, yeah. Yeah, it actually goes beyond. You can see that it actually runs into the right-of-way of AKB, but the northern property line there, with that buffer will come over 50 feet. So you've got the 50-foot interior of the site, plus quite a few trees along the right-of-way of Arthur K. Bolton. But that's a pretty dense buffer there that's existing.
Yeah. I guess for me, the preference along Arthur K. Bolton with the smaller lots, if they're not gonna face AKB, I like them to be bordered off. If it's a bigger development, they've got the campus environment going, that's another whole thing, but yeah, I like that.
Jeremy, I don't really see any topo lines and stuff. What is the grade like from up there where the buildings are from Arthur K?
It slopes from Wani Road to the southwest, so that's why we proposed the stormwater ponds along that western property line.
Right.
It does come off the highway towards our 30,000 square foot building, but everything ends up along that western property boundary.
The nature of Wani Road is a residential road at this time?
It is. It's actually, it's not a through road currently. The bridge has not been repaired in the center of that road, so only the northern portion of that road exits to Arthur K. Bolton. We did look at some numbers. There's about roughly 84 trips per day if you take the number of homes on that end of it and multiply it by 4 trips a day. And we're looking at potentially 46 new trips with employees, potential customers, and deliveries. So about 130 trips per day leaving at that intersection of RFK.
Would you be willing to consider working with the county transportation people and perhaps put in a decel lane and a turning lane that would relieve the possible infringement of people coming down off of 16 and trying to get into their residential areas as opposed to waiting for your whatever traffic is trying to come into your facility?
Right turn in, some form of a right turn in. I mean, there's not a lot of room between that intersection and that new proposed driveway. I don't know what kind of speed we're gonna be gathering between that intersection, and they're also only looking about 2 deliveries a day as far as trucks go. So the use of this building is actually for first response vehicles to be equipped, and it's for our local the local first response units for the city and the county, and the emergency vehicles for, they also work on ambulances and such as that.
My concern is
But there's
that-
not a lot of traffic as far as incoming traffic other than the
Clearly.
employees.
My concern is by your own witness, you talk about the people who are living further down there. They can't turn left or right to go the other way. They are situated in such a way, the only way they can get out of their residence is to come past your facility. So I'm just concerned. I'm not saying you would, I think what I would like to say is that you're willing to discuss it with
Sure.
somebody
Absolutely.
if that becomes an issue of safety for those residents.
Okay.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, we do. Adrian Chapman,
No need to speak,
right? That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion from up front? Okay, Charles,
Yes. Case petition is 23-11Z. Applicant is Lester Renew. Location of property is 132 Wani Road. The request is rezoned from R2, single-family residential load single-family residential to C1 light commercial. Surrounding properties are zoned R2 and AR1. The comprehensive plan and future land use map identify the property for future development as Employment Activity Center. The employment character area is characterized by its major roadways that have the potential to accommodate high-quality industrial and commercial growth potentially. The proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Section 2204 requires development as a planned development pursuant to a master development plan. The applicant submitted a plan with the title of Conceptual Master Plan for Commercial Plan Development, Wani Road, July 20, 2023, prepared by Paragon Consulting Group. This satisfies the requirements of Section 2204, and any rezoning must be conditioned upon this site plan. This requirement is satisfied. Section 2205A sets forth the rezoning districts to which property in the AKB may be rezoned. The proposed zoning in C1C, a zoning district allowed within AKB, this requirement is satisfied. Section 2205B requires a pre-application conference with rezoning administrator and the chairman of the Planning Commission. A conference was conducted that included the applicant, community development director, and Mr. Yeomans, the Planning Commission chairman, on June 14th, 2023. Section 2205C sets forth the requirements for a development site plan. All the requirements have been satisfied. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Condition 1, rezoning condition upon conceptual master plan for commercial planned development, Wani Road, July 20, 2023. Condition 2, 50-foot undisturbed buffers along Georgia State Route 16 and a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on the rear and side yard property. 3, box trucks shall exit the development to the left towards Georgia State Route 16.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other discussion, Bruce?
No, sir.
Mary Lou? Frank?
I'm good.
Okay. No other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the application be approved per the staff recommendations with the addition. The applicant is to discuss with the Spalding County Public Works Department Transportation to determine if a right turn or decel lane is necessary on Wani Road.
Okay. Like that. Have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay. Item number 5, application 2309S. Daniel and Sandra Jackson, owner, 517-521 Birdie and 53 Mobley Road, approximately 8.44 acres, located in land lot 88 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a home occupation to operate an equine therapy location. Do we have someone here to speak to that? Name and address for the record.
My name is Sandra Jackson. I live at this property, 53 Mobley Road, Griffin, Georgia.
And my name is Daniel Jackson, and I'm her son.
Give me your address.
My address is 189 Banks Road, Fayetteville, Georgia.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I guess that's my property up there. All right, I'm gonna let Duke do this, and then
Well, I'm just going to read our letter of intent. When we, Sandra Jackson and I, purchased this property There were several existing outbuildings on the land. 2 of them were very well constructed, and one is a 2-story prefab building. They were unfinished on the inside, however, the 2-story building did have power to it. Since they were not being used except for storage, we decided to finish the inside of both buildings. My mom and Sandra moved here from Colorado a year and a half ago with her 2 horses. She is a certified equine therapist and has a master's in psychology and counseling. She was doing counseling and equine therapy in Colorado. It takes time to build up a clientele, so she took on a job as a counselor at a counseling office in Noonan after moving here. My dad, Sandra's husband, passed away in 2018, and before he died, he asked me to take care of Mom and help provide a place for her, help provide for her. I saw the opportunity to help her by finishing off the smaller buildings as an office for her to do counseling. She could also use it to talk with her clients that come out to do equine therapy when she gets some. I wanted her to be able to work from home because the commute to Noonan was taking a toll on her, especially since she has to take care of her horses in the morning and evening. Although I am on the mortgage, I do not live on the property. I live in Fayetteville, so she lives alone. I put a bathroom in there with a shower so her clients could use it if they wanted to after the session to freshen up, especially after being in the hot sun with horses. I was hoping it could double as a place for company to stay in, like when her grandchildren and great-grandchildren that live in Tennessee come to visit. The second building would be a mother-in-law suite. It would be a place for visitors, namely her family, as stated earlier when visiting. Her house is small, and she has 3 dogs and 4 cats that live in there, and many are allergic to animals, so this would provide a nice place to stay, especially for prolonged visits. I was hoping this would help provide a source of income and a comfortable place for her family so she could have more visitors. This would help provide financially and help with her loneliness. I have already invested a great deal of time and money into these projects, so we want to cooperate with the county to see them come to completion. We hope this clarifies any questions and concerns.
Thank you. Any questions for the Jacksons?
I don't.
All right, thank you. Okay. Charles?
Is anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir.
Okay, Charles?
This is case petition, the reference is 23-095. Applicant is Daniel and Sandra Jackson. Location, the property is 517 and 521 Birdie and 53 Mobley Road. The request is for approval of a special exception for home occupation general. The current zoning of property is agricultural and residential, which is AR1 and R4 single-family district. The north boundary, east boundary, south boundary, and west boundary are all of those adjoining properties are all zoned agricultural, or AR1. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception request for a home occupation general for a clean therapy. Currently, the applicant owns 53 Mobley Road, which has an outbuilding that will be used for office space. The horse therapies will take place on 517 and 521 Birdie Road, and one-on-one therapy sessions will take place at 53 Mobley Road. If I could read the following analysis criteria. Granting the special exception will not have detrimental effects on the adjacent properties. The proposed use will maintain the rural neighborhood characteristics. Staff does not anticipate any adverse effects to the health and safety of the residents or workers. Staff does not see the proposed use causing any depreciation or damages to neighboring properties. The properties will continue to maintain their right to be used and developed as residential property. The lots have sufficient size for the proposed use. Again, I believe it was 8.44 acres. The office space will require permits and must comply with building permit requirements. Granting the ordinance will bring the property into compliance. the applicant will have to apply again for building permits. Staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Number one, a walkthrough with the building official will be required. The necessary permits will be applied for. Two, the special exception is granted only to the current owners of the property and is not transferable to any future property owners. And three, an annual business license will need to be obtained and maintained.
Okay, thank you. Okay. There's no other discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve application 23-09S with the conditions noted. Okay, have a motion to approve the conditions. Have a second.
I've got one question before we proceed on this. The zoning on this, what do we have to do with, as far as the livestock requirements are concerned?
The section where the livestock is already zoned AR, is it not?
Correct.
But is that okay for livestock?
Yes. If the applicant can come to the mic, if I could ask a question. No more than two horses, correct?
I have a horse and two horses and a little donkey.
Okay.
And they reside on the 6 acres, which is I don't remember which address it is on the Birdie one, but they actually reside on the 6 acres.
Okay.
They live on the 6 acres.
And I asked the question for a reason, and if our zoning attorney can confirm. 1 horse per 3 acres. So they have 8.44 acres. So only two horses, they more than meet the minimum requirement for the livestock.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. Need to add anything to
I'm still waiting on the second.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda. Application 23-10V, and we'll also read 23-10VA. And I guess I'll need a motion to discuss these two at the same time, and I guess we'll vote on them separately.
Mr. Chairman, there seems to be three.
There's three, sorry. Well, it got moved down to 7, so that's a separate
Okay.
thing.
Should be two.
That was correct.
We're missing 2313.
I don't have a 13.
I don't either.
I don't have a 13.
That's where we got messed up.
You got one rezoning and 2 variances.
So there's 3 drillers. I don't have the third one, I just have 2. Okay, so we have 6A, and 6B on this agenda. So application 23-13Z, driller service owner, Advanced Engineering Service LLC agent, 100 Moreland Road, approximately 5.8 acres located in land lot 119 of the 2nd Land District. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from C1 to C1B. Application 23-10V, driller service owner, Advanced Engineering Service LLC agent, 100 Moreland Road, approximately 5.8 acres located in land lot 119 of the 2nd Land District. The applicant is requesting a variance for the sidewalk requirement within the Tri-County overlay. This property is currently zoned C1 Highway Commercial, located within the Tri-County overlay. Application 23-10VA, driller service owner, Advanced Engineering Service LLC agent, 100 Moreland Road, approximately 5.8 acres located in land lot 119 of the 2nd Land District. The applicant is requesting a variance for section 2207B-F.F. 9.4, mechanical and service area screening. This property is currently zoned C1 Highway Commercial, located within the Tri-County Overlay District. Do we have someone here to speak to this?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Matthew Inman. I'm the engineer for the project, Advanced Engineering, 4560 Val North Drive, Valdosta, Georgia. And also with me, Mr. Brian McDaniel. He's the regional manager for Driller Service. I'm the engineer for the project. He's the regional manager, can answer anything about the site. Site was built in 1993, and just over the last 30 years, they've outgrown the site and need to expand their laydown yard to store more pipes, pumps, tanks, all the stuff you sell to well drillers to drill wells. The current site that's there, I don't have the exact math. I think it's just a little under 3 acres, and then the new area we're adding is a little more than that. And we're not really, the left portion of it, that left side, the 1.6 acres just remain open space. That's kind of where it falls off towards Wash Creek. It's not really usable, developable, so we're just going to leave it alone and not do any improvements down there. But shown on the map, everything on the right-hand side, before that diagonal line, is their current property. That's been there since 1993. It's a gravel laid-on yard and an existing building that's there. What we're doing this time is just expanding the yard. We're not asking for any building. It's just for a additional lay-down gravel yard and the fencing go around to secure it. So that's the reason for the rezoning of that additional area. I'm gonna skip down the third item, the variance for the fence, the screening. The section through 19, all the way there, all the way into town, there are no wood fences in that section. That's what's kind of in the ordinance, a wood fence. We just think a chain link fence will look better behind some vegetation. It's nothing, we can put a wood fence there, we just think it looks out of place. That's all it was. It'd be the only one in that area. So that's why we're requesting the variance to do landscaping and a chain link fence with a cover on it like we have on Moreland Road existing. Kind of in more character with the area is why we're asking that variance. The sidewalk variance, the sidewalk question, we're on the very north end of that Tri-County overlay. If you go north on that, it's 5 miles, over 5 miles. I think it's up to the Walmart development to the next piece of sidewalk. The next tract north of us, the next tract to be developed, adjacent to us, has some wetlands on it, has some grading challenges, will be tough to develop. And then once you get past that, you're out of the Tri-County overlay. So we're kind of creating a dead end there. The sidewalk requirements in the Tri-County overlay district have been spotty at best of how we applied them. From what we can tell, there are 5 businesses that have come in since the overlays come into effect. The Zaxby's and one gas station did a really good job of extending the sidewalks out to their boundaries. The Dollar Tree, the Southside Animal Hospital, and Crossroads Portable Buildings did not do that when they built their new businesses. And the Crossroads Portable Building, it's kind of interesting because, you know, on one hand you'd say, well, they just came and laid down a gravel yard and started putting the product in the yard. Well, that's exactly what we're asking to do. We're not asking for a building. We're not adding any new uses inside that building. We're just putting a gravel yard down to expand our business and put more product on the yard and be able to move around the yard easier. The other reason why, and the reason why this property is unique, and there's an issue with that, on the left side of that property, as it goes towards the bottom there, there's a large culvert that goes under Highway 19, and there's about a 15-foot grade break from that pipe to the back of our property. So if we put a sidewalk on there, it's gonna be 15 foot lower than Highway 19. And it's not gonna be somewhere people are gonna walk to if they're up to any good. We're afraid that some vagrancy or some other issue, you're gonna pave a sidewalk in the middle of the woods, kind of in the middle of a swamp. We're worried there's gonna be an undesirable characteristic to that quality. Something we really just don't want on the backside of the property because it'll be something we can't manage, and, you know, trying to get somebody in there to get them out or flush them out is gonna be a challenge. So the topography of the site is unique in that guardrail from there down to the actual ground at Wash Creek is about 15 feet. And Wash Creek is an impaired watershed. We don't want to do any grading or anything back there close to it because it's already got enough issues, the wetlands and all those kind of things on the backside. We don't want to have to be back there grading next to those just because we're worried about the environmental impact we could have to Wash Creek and to the wetlands that exist. The other thing, the sidewalk issue, if we put a sidewalk back there, we have to clear a 6 or 8 foot wide path through that. And that dense underbrush that currently exists that shields the property that we're gonna use to create vegetation instead of putting a fence up, you know, wood fence there, we're gonna try to mask it and hide it from the road. Well, all that underbrush and all the stuff that's there currently, we'll be knocking down. We're gonna add some additional vegetation on our side of the fence, but putting in the sidewalk knocks down all that vegetation that we wanna have there to shield this from Highway 19 and not just look like a lay-down yard like it is, because that's really what it's gonna look like. If we take all that vegetation out, you're gonna see exactly what's back there and all that look we're trying to create and trying to hide it and landscape in there to hide it. Putting that sidewalk through there cuts out most of the vegetation that would exist, that would shield that from the roadway. I know I speak quick, but we've been going on a long time. I figure you guys want to get out here soon, so. Any questions?
Yeah, what are you gonna be doing if we rezone it that you aren't doing there now? Because there's certain things that are allowed in C1B that are not allowed in C1.
It's just the storage of outdoor materials is the use that puts us to C1B, is my understanding of the zoning. We're not doing anything back there but paving the ground and laying pipes, pumps, tanks, and that similar material on top of it. That's all that's going back there, is inert material that's used in the water well drilling business.
Yeah, I was by there this afternoon. Y'all have been storing pipe out there forever.
Yes, sir. They just run out of space. They run into about as much as anything else, just trying to get back there to work and load trucks. They trying to put a forklift in a truck and the pipe back there, it's just too crammed, and they run into stuff and tear stuff up and get in trouble for it, and it really is just a function of being too much stuff in too small spaces. All they really want to do is just expand it to get more room back there.
Why don't you just have the whole thing C1?
I'm fine with C1. I think that's what it is, but I think the outdoor storage, I'll let the attorney and staff know that.
Okay.
But in our discussions, it was moved to that because of the outdoor storage.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And we're fine as that condition, if that's something we just need to say in the conditions.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions for Charles?
We do have someone signed up, sir.
All right, we have someone signed up, excuse me.
Mr. Tom Morgan?
My name's Tom Morgan. I represent Herds LLC, which owns the 17 acres across the expressway from the gentleman's business here.
Tom,
Mr. Morgan,
we
will
need
you
your
state
address.
your address for the record,
I
please?
live at the LLC is at 357 Indian Trail, Concord, Georgia. I can be reached at that address. The gentleman indicated his property came into being around the late 1990s. In 2009, there was a TCC overlay proposed for this county. I don't remember that gentleman being at the meeting. Actually, I think our family were the only ones, and with the exception of the Honorable Mr. Galloway here. We objected to it and still got the TCC shoved down our throats. We have 17 acres. That's under conservation use. It's not generating any revenues. We pay $131 a year in taxes on it because it is worthless. And then you want to change some of the TCC overlay to a commercial 1B, which means bulk storage. That's a fertilizer. Could be rocks, could be dirt. Bulk storage without any screening on it. Then we have a wetland area just below it. What's going to go into the wetlands from storage? Did you know that the FAA requires a bond every time it builds something or extends something to preserve the soil, to make sure that nothing contaminates it after they finish construction? Did you know that when bridges are installed, the DOT is required to post a bond before it begins a bridge in case there are any contaminants left on the soil after they finish the construction? Did you know that logging trucks have to post a road bond to make sure they don't tear up the roads when they travel on those particular roads they're bonded for? Here you're going to change it to C1B, heavy equipment. We're talking about more than 10 tons on a truck. I used to drive a truck. They're about 15 to 20 tons. It can tear up a road like Moreland Road fairly quickly, and that's a road that goes to one of your brand new schools. Have you ever looked at the traffic design there? There's no traffic light there where where more traffic is going to be coming out. We were promised a traffic light back in 2009. There's not a traffic light at Moreland Road. You look on the right, you're going to see storage buildings, and you're going to see an ice plant in front of a very nice pharmaceuticals retail store. And I heard these words from this staff over here say that we're here to make sure that our builders and developments, and use the word shall comply with all development. Thank you.
No, sir, no one else has signed up.
I believe I did hear the gentleman say that he was willing to condition the storage just for their personal operation there, instead of a blanket C1B.
Can I?
That's something to consider. Okay.
If I may say something, the property, the existing driller services right now, it's zoned already C1B. The parcel behind it is C1, so in order for them to expand, they need to rezone that C1 to C1B. I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified as well.
Okay.
Could you show us the map, what you just described?
This is the current operations of driller services, and this is a parcel that they will be expanding to, which is, zoom in a little bit, it's C1. So in order for them to expand, they would have to rezone to C1B in order to continue the operations that they're currently doing at the parcel.
Thank you.
Interesting.
You have a thought on it?
Right here, Lynn?
Okay, Charles.
Okay.
Case petition is referenced as 23-13Z. Applicant is Drillers Services, Advanced Engineering Services, LLC. Address of property is 100 Moreland Road and 1429 Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway. Request is rezoning from C1 to C1B. And then after that, we'll go over the variance request to seek relief from the sidewalk requirement from the Tri-County overlay, and also the variance request to seek relief from the mechanical and surface area screening. But for the rezoning, is currently, the existing business is currently zoned C1B, and the expansion, they're trying to rezone that to C1, from C1 to C1B. North boundary adjacent to the property is zoned C1, east boundary, south boundary, all C1, west boundary is zoned C1B. The applicant, again, is requesting a rezoning from C1 highway commercial to C1B heavy commercial. The request will allow Driller Services to expand and use this parcel as part of their existing business. The property is currently zoned C1. The zoning of the nearby properties, again, particularly the parcels abutting the subject property, again, are zoned C1B heavy commercial and C1 highway commercial. The proposed use of the property will still maintain the commercial nature of the property. The property has been vacant for many years. Staff does not anticipate any adverse effects to the surrounding areas, health, safety, and welfare of this property is to be rezoned. Based on the comprehensive plan and the future land use map and the overlay in the area, staff does not foresee any negative impacts to the property values of the properties surrounding the property. While the property is zoned C1, the property would remain vacant until Georgia DOT allows it to have a direct curb cut onto Highway 16. The request will also not allow would not only be for Driller Services to expand its business, but also to use the property for its commercial intent. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the rezoning of the expanded area.
Any other discussion?
Okay.
No.
You're gonna handle all three of these separately?
Yes.
Good.
We'll do 13Z first. I'll entertain a motion for 23-13Z.
I make a motion that we approve the application.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mr. Harris. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay, let's move to the sidewalk variance that he's requesting.
Okay, this is application 23-10V. The applicant is requesting a variance to grant them relief from the sidewalk requirement within the Tri-County overlay. After several meetings with Driller Services and Advanced Engineering Services, Driller Services stated that the topography of the site and the effects on the nearby creek would make sidewalks not feasible. Here are the Tri-County requirements as follows. Section 2207B .E states that pedestrian circulation is as important as vehicular circulation, with internal sidewalk connections shall be provided between streets and buildings with the following requirements. Number one, continuous internal pedestrian walkways of at least 6 feet in width shall be provided from the public sidewalks of right-of-way to the principal entrance of all buildings. 2, all internal pedestrian walkways and crosswalks shall be distinguished from driving surfaces to enhance pedestrian safety and comfort using durable, low-maintenance service such as pavers, bricks, or concrete. A crosswalk shall be required when a sidewalk crosses a driveway or a paved area accessible to vehicles. 3, sidewalks shall be provided along the full length of any side of a building adjoining a parking lot designed according to the secondary driveway standards outlined in Figure 2D. And here's the staff's analysis as follows. First criteria, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular parcel because of its size, shape, location, topography. And the staff's opinion is no. The application of this ordinance to the particular parcel would create a practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship on the property owners. The answer to that question would be no. Driller Services can add the requirement sidewalks to their right-of-way. Such conditions are peculiar and unique to the particular parcel. That answer would be yes. A literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of any right that others owning property within the same zoning classification are allowed. That answer would be no. The variance, if granted, shall not go beyond the minimum necessary to afford and does not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties within the same zoning classification. That answer would be no. The variance may be granted with such conditions imposed as may be necessary to protect the health, safety, welfare, and general value of the property in the general neighborhood. Staff does not see any adverse impacts to the health, safety, welfare, and general value within the area. And last, granting the variance shall not be based on consideration of any existing nonconforming uses on nearby parcels and no permitted use of any parcel in any other zoning classification. Granting the variance will not have any impact on nonconforming lots or the zoning of parcels nearby. Final staff recommendation, staff would recommend denial. Sidewalks are required as they provide connectivity. Providing connectivity is one of the main goals within the Tri-County overlay.
Can I go ahead? Sure. I know we've had several of the later businesses down there, racetrack and, the, O'Reilly's and those, they've done a real nice job with their sidewalks. I don't disagree with that, but kind of along the lines of what the applicant was saying, there's a number of others that don't seem to have done very well. And, right around that main core area going into the grocery store and some of the other businesses around there, makes a lot of sense to have a sidewalk, I think. But going on up the highway and that expanse that they're talking about in the condition, I do see there's some, I don't like to deviate, but I mean, there's some issues up there that can make it very difficult, and I don't know how well that's gonna be for a sidewalk, so I'm gonna, just wanna make note of that. I'm not saying what I'm gonna do at the moment, but I do have questions about that too, because it doesn't look, that area doesn't look like a good place for a sidewalk, along that highway up there.
All right, you got a comment?
I'm in agreement with the sidewalk thing.
You are, I'm sorry.
I said I'm in agreement with your assessment of the sidewalk situation.
Yeah, it is, the topography there is challenging.
It is, and I personally don't like sidewalks that go nowhere because it takes a while for the next developer to come along. Some properties you have sidewalk, no sidewalk, sidewalk, no sidewalk, as you go down the road. But the savings to the county is considerable, and it's kind of the way we get sidewalks for our residents. So topography being what it is, changing all the time, you can never predict where it's going to have a little slump. It makes it difficult to take into consideration how that would be handled. Because one of the things you want to do is to encourage your citizens to walk where they need to go. I don't know why people would walk over there to get those kinds of supplies, however, so it's not likely that that will be a product-driven requests. It's a quandary. I wonder if there's ever been a condition or situation, and this is way far-fetched, but at this hour, I do that kind of stuff. Could we ask for some money that they would normally spend if they had to build the sidewalk, and let us put it in our coffers to keep it in case we need ever a sidewalk there? Is that too outlandish?
Well, define outlandish, Ms. Upshaw.
Never hurts to ask.
I mean, you have the authority to impose requirements for project improvements. What you're talking about is more on the line, it sounds to me, of an impact fee, and I don't think we have impact fee ordinances that require or deal with approval for sidewalks, do we, Dr. Steve?
We do not.
Okay. So you couldn't do it as an impact fee type ordinance because we haven't provided for that. Now, if they amend the impact fee calculations and identify sidewalks as being a priority for which system improvements could be paid by means of that, then yes, we would be able to do that. But we don't have that in place right now.
I wonder if we might have better success if we asked the applicant if they ever built a Walmart down there below him, that he would be willing to finish the sidewalk from Moreland down there to the Walmart or something like that.
Could we do it as a condition, basically is what you're saying?
Yes,
Yeah.
put a
that
condition in
possible?
there where if we did need to extend it.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole request for about that, I'm sorry.
We're wondering if we could condition it so that if we ever needed the sidewalk, in other words, if a Walmart was built below you and suddenly everybody was walking from Zaxby's down to
I
Walmart.
think that's something they would certainly consider. I think there's possibly a way to put a bond or some way Attorney Galloway could come up with it. And if it ever was connected, I think they'd be agreeable to that, yes, sir.
Okay.
If we're going to do that, or if y'all are going to approve that, we need to have, in my view, we would treat it the same way as we would the requirement in AKB for the dedication of right-of-way for the development of a frontage road to allow access to interior parcels. We have not had to do that yet because for example, the rezoning tonight along AKB did not require connection to an interior parcel because there's already a curb cut and cul-de-sac point in the property that's right next to Lester's property. What I would say we would do is do some type of an agreement in addition to as part of your zoning with them to make certain that drillers and any successor, if drillers decided to leave us, would be obligated to have the same responsibility that drillers would have.
I think that would be possible. Do like a 10-foot easement there just for the preparation of a future sidewalk.
Correct. And, we have had people build things that are below grade from the road on Highway 1941 in areas that appeared to be a swamp. And I'm thinking of the racetrack in Sunnyside. So it's possible that a property owner could make a decision that the development costs could be incurred and their return would be sufficient to do something on the property next to them, assuming it no longer qualifies as a wetland, given recent Supreme Court decisions. But that's an option. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying, yes, we could probably do something to provide for an obligation in the future, tied to that property, not just tied to drilling.
And I just want to be clear, we're willing to make a commitment that we would do the sidewalk on our part. There's still going to have to be a bridge or some kind of footbridge or something across Wash Creek for, the next property owner would have to pick up that bridge or something because there's going to be a gap. And it goes to a creek, this bridge, the sidewalk will go down to it's a bottom, so you can't just walk across it. We'd be willing to do the sidewalk part, not the bridge or anything, the crossing part.
We would have to delineate the scope of what your responsibility would be.
I think we could be agreeable to that.
You want to table it until you get that worked out?
Pardon me, what fine?
You want to table it until you get those worked out? I don't want to, he said,
This still has to go to BOC next month. I have no idea what their position would be on something like that, so my recommendation would be you go ahead and let them go, because they were caught up in our moratorium. Let them at least proceed to BOC, and we can see what might be worked out between now and then.
Good.
Clearly, I mean, clearly, everything that we do is a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
We are not the final deciders about anything
Yes, ma'am.
in these regards. So I think if we could recommend that the applicant meet with the Public Works people and talk about what it would incur and involve, then our recommendation would carry on to the board, and then they would take the final action.
Yes, ma'am.
But our concern is that we intend for there to be continued development within the county, and that we want our citizens to safely walk from place to place. And
And
that
we're not
can-
against the sidewalk, it's just a tough place to do it.
Clearly.
And look, we want more development, we want to sell all the wells to all the people that can come, so we're fully in support with what you're saying.
Yeah, and,
Yes, we're on the same page, we're up against kind of a hardship here, just because the way the property is.
it does have to fall on somebody to build that bridge.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're kind of hoping that we won't be the citizens of Spalding County incorporate in their taxes.
Sure.
So that's,
Yes, ma'am.
if we could come up with those kind of words somehow or another in the motion, that would feel
Okay, I
comfortable.
think Bruce is working on something. Well,
Motion crafter.
Or we could just go with it and let them come up with something different for the commission meeting, but,
Okay, we're entertaining a motion for 23-10V.
okay. I'll try this then, that, for application 23-10B, that, we consider allowing a condition, to craft an agreement and conditions to allow provisions for a future sidewalk and bridge, whatever's necessary to take care of it. And it's to ensure that if future need requires the connectivity of the sidewalk, that they will be willing to provide that. And that would also be in conditions for the property if ever sold. Is that,
Yeah, the successor there.
Close enough for government, close enough for government work.
Mr. Bruce, just to clarify, you said it was transferable to any new owner or not?
Yeah,
Okay.
but any successor will have to.
right, any successor would have to abide by the same guidelines if it hasn't yet been done.
And at this time, we're giving him his variance.
Could we send
Yeah.
that for something?
Trying to be reasonable.
All right, we have a motion that lets him go on the sidewalk temporarily, but not.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay. Okay, Mr. Charles, we're down to the last one there.
Okay. This is for application 23-10VA. The applicant is requesting a variance to seek relief from the mechanical and service area
What do you do about the screening thing?
screening.
This one's about screen.
No, it ain't about the screen, that was a sidewalk.
No, the last one we voted on was screening, was the sidewalk. This is the screening.
Okay. Oh, he's reading something else. Okay, go ahead.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good, go ahead.
Okay. The applicant is requesting a variance to seek relief from the mechanical and service area screening. The variance will allow them to use the current landscape as screening. The Tri-County requirements are as follows: Section 2207B F4, mechanical and service area screening requires that the screening wall shall be 1 foot higher than the highest object being screened, but no more than 10 feet high. An opaque gate with the same height as the wall shall be included where access is needed. The applicant is proposing to preserve the existing vegetation and supplement it with additional landscaping to screen the existing chain link fence. If I can read the following criteria as part of staff analysis. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular parcel because of size, shape, location, topography. The answer is yes. The current landscaping is dense enough to provide enough screening. The application of this ordinance to the particular parcel would create a practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship on the property owners. Granting the variance would, in fact, relieve the owner from a hardship already present on the lot. Such conditions are peculiar and unique to the particular parcel. That answer would be yes. A literal interpretation of this ordinance would deprive the applicant of any right that others owning property within the same zoning classification are allowed. The answer would be no. The variance, if granted, shall not go beyond the minimum necessary to afford and does not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations upon other properties within the same zoning classification. The answer would be no. The variance may be granted with such conditions imposed as may be necessary to protect the health, safety, welfare, and general value of the property in the general neighborhood. Staff does not see any adverse impacts to the health, safety, welfare, and general value within the area. Granting the variance shall not be based on consideration of any existing nonconforming uses on nearby parcels and no permitted use of any parcel in any other zoning classification. Granting the variance would not have any impact on nonconforming lots or the zoning of parcels nearby. Staff recommends conditional approval with the following condition. Areas that are lacking landscaping will be replanted with similar tree species to provide thorough coverage.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. This one seems pretty straightforward, dare I say. So I'll entertain a motion.
I would hate to make a precedent of not asking somebody to follow the ordinance. I mean, we went through a lot of stuff on that Tri-County ordinance, trying to get it done right. And it's really easy to kill vegetation. I know I planted a bunch of stuff up on the North Expressway, and the city killed it with their green machines. I would prefer that we not set a precedent of not having to screen those areas. I'm just one of 4 people.
Is that a motion?
It's my opinion, yeah. In other words, I don't see why we're doing that.
It's a motion to deny. Is that what you're saying?
I would say a motion then we to deny that variance on the screening thing.
Okay. Have a motion to deny the variance
On the,
doing away with the screening and having. a
yeah,
fence.
on not having the same screening of mechanical in areas that the ordinance calls for.
So you want the fence and not the vegetation?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you don't, you've set a precedent for everybody else doing stuff down in there. And once you set a precedent, you can't say, well, this was special.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
Motion dies for lack of a second, I guess.
All right. I'll entertain another motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the variance request, application 23-10VA be approved, conditional with the staff's recommendation, and adding to that, that the applicant enter into some agreement with the county for bonding to ensure the maintenance and replacement of any screening landscaping material in perpetuity, and also affecting the future landowners. I don't know what that language is, but we've used it several times this time.
Sounds pretty good. I'll second that. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Those opposed? All right. 3,
Got a bad precedent there. Got a bad precedent there.
Okay, next up on the agenda is application 23-08Z, Lillian Anglin, William R. Woodward Jr., John P. Woodward, and Parks W. Cole, senior owners, Hillwood Development Company LLC agent, approximately 6.14 acres, 13.328, 4.226, and 0.12 acres located in land lots 25 and 26 of the second land district. The applicant is requesting to rezone from AR1 agricultural residential and R2 single-family residential district to C1C manufacturing light. Do we have someone here? He's ready.
I am more than ready.
3 hours later, you're ready, right?
Yeah, I've been ready. Good evening. My name is Den Webb, 1105 West Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309, here on behalf of Hillwood Development. My assistant tonight is Alex Carr. Alex is with Hillwood. He's helping me with 3 handouts. And let me also introduce Brian Brumfield, who is with Everly and Associates. Everly is the project engineer for this development. Both Brian and Alex are ready and willing to take your questions. For those who don't know, Hillwood is a national developer of industrial properties. The company is actually owned by the Perot family. They've been developing in the state of Georgia for over 20 years, and their clients include Home Depot, Lowe's, Target, and Walmart, among a handful of others. I'm going to use 3 handouts tonight. It's funny seeing everybody with their high-tech computer PDFs and whatnot. I brought paper. I wasn't sure what the situation was down here, and I didn't want to take a chance. But I'm going to use 3 handouts tonight. The first one has the colored images on the front. This is just a very rough aerial of the property. You'll see it's on the north side of Arthur K. Bolton Parkway. The land you see in total is 96 acres. The area in red is what's in Spalding County. That's about 23.7 acres, and the area that you see in green is in Butts County, and that's about 64.6 acres. This development actually originally included an additional 30 acres to the south. That was there when we first filed. We had a site plan based on that additional 30 acres, but some additional environmental work indicated that there were wetlands on that property that made development very difficult, so that 30 acres was dropped. This site has, I believe, 1 home on it, but otherwise is vacant. If you turn to the second page of this handout, you'll see the proposed development. As you could have surmised, I'm sure this is an industrial development. Hillwood is proposing 3 state-of-the-art buildings. You see the 2 that are in dark gray. Those are buildings to be built immediately. The one to the right that is shaded essentially in white is a future building for this site. The total square footage is 800,000 square feet. The construction proposed is tilt panel. These buildings will be 50 feet or less. The site will be heavily landscaped. And you'll notice there's a single access point on Jackson Road. That actually aligns with the access point at Dollar General across the street. And it's hard to see on this plan because, again, we're talking about almost 100 acres here. But we do have a deceleration lane for those heading south on Jackson into the property, and we have a left turn lane for those heading north coming into the property as well. We have sufficient parking for this site, and importantly, this project went through the DRI review through the 3 rivers, so a variety of jurisdictions have had an opportunity to comment on the application. Just so you know, we've already been through the Butts County rezoning piece. We concluded about a month ago. It was rezoned there, subject to some conditions that I'll talk about a little bit later tonight. Got a very delirious crowd, I think. Everybody's been here too long.
Getting late.
Well, and on that note, I know staff's recommending approval, so let me abbreviate my presentation so I can get to your questions. But I want to note, I mean, I think fundamentally this development just makes sense. You know, we're on or off Arthur K. Bolton Parkway, which is a regional strategic truck master route. Certainly you know what's going on in the area. Just last year, Prologis was approved for 3.9 million square feet directly across Arthur K. Bolton from here. We've got Dollar General to our east. We've got additional on-the-ground industrial to our southeast, and of course you know about River Park. And I think also importantly what we're proposing is consistent with what the county envisions for this area in the future. We, as staff mentioned, are consistent with the comp plan. The last item I want to talk about, though, are the conditions, and I've got a handout here. It's a single page. What you see in black are the staff conditions. The colored comments are some items we're asking you guys to consider tonight. Most of these are really just clarifications. So items 1, 3, 6, and 7, you'll notice, have been edited, but we don't think we changed the meaning. That wasn't our intent. We were just trying to add some, really a little bit of additional clarification. For example, number 1, this approval is pending approval of a development agreement between Spalding County and Butts County. I think that should be intergovernmental agreement. That's really what I think the two governments would enter into. So again, we were not trying to change the meaning of that condition. We were just trying to clarify what was being proposed. Same for item number 3. It read, any road line striping on roadways must use thermoplast. That's a type of paint, basically. We just added the word public to make sure that we were clarifying which roadways we were talking about. 6, again, I think the idea is to make sure that trucks don't turn left out of our property onto Jackson Road, and again, we added language to clarify that item. And lastly, in terms of clarifications, is item number 7. I heard a lot of talk about sidewalks tonight. Sidewalks nowhere, and sidewalks to somewhere, and sidewalks to somewhere that'll be in the future. We've been asked to put sidewalks on Jackson Road and on Wallace Road, and we've agreed to that. Again, our edit there was just for clarification purposes. One change we are proposing, though, is to item number 5, and let me talk a little bit about that. If you go back to my original handout, you'll see on the last page another site plan. This is actually where we started, right? This site plan on page 4 of this handout with the color on front was the site plan that we originally drew up. It's a site plan we submitted for DRI, and it is quite a different site plan. As I mentioned before, the site plan we're talking about tonight proposes about 800,000 square feet. This site plan had over 1.3 million square feet, and it also had 3 curb cuts. You'll notice one on Wallace Road in the Spalding County portion of this property, one on Jackson Road, and one on Kermit Williams Road. When we dropped the 30 acres to the south, we had to redraw the site plan, and that's how we got from this plan to what you see in the packet. But importantly, we reduced 3 curb cuts down to 1. So again, the only way trucks and cars are going to be able to get into and out of this property is on Jackson Road. So condition number 5 originally proposed that we upgrade all the roads around this site. But again, now we're really only impacting 1, and again, we provided a traffic study for this development. So our request is that that be clarified to Jackson Road, which again is the access that all trucks and cars entering onto this property will use. The final condition that we'd ask you to consider altering is condition number 9. So we got the staff report yesterday evening, and this condition was in here. We had not thought about this at all before. And if you look at this last of my 3 handouts, you'll see an image, and I'll admit it's a little bit hard to read because there's a lot going on a very small piece of paper. But basically, what staff was requesting was a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on Beulah Road. And for those who don't know, Beulah is a dirt road. It's actually not even public right-of-way. It's privately owned property with an easement to our north. But staff had asked for a 25-foot undisturbed buffer on Beulah Road, as well as on Wallace Road, in addition to a 25-foot planted buffer on both roadways. We've gone back with our engineers today, and that's one reason Brian is here, to kind of see whether that's even feasible. And we actually think we can do it, except for 2 areas. If you look at this last of my 3 handouts, you'll notice that there are 2 little jut-outs into that red area. That's basically the 50 feet that the staff has asked us to preserve along Beulah Road. And but for those 2 little corners, we can meet condition number 9. So we added language that basically said there'll be a 25-foot undisturbed buffer and a 25-foot planted buffer on Wallace and Beulah Roads, except for the intrusions shown on the approved site plan. All right, I think I'll stop there. I think it's been a long evening, and I've said a lot in a short period of time. So I'm happy to take any questions you have. I'll ask to reserve my time, and we'd ask for your recommendation of approval, subject to the staff conditions with our modifications as indicated or passed out tonight. Thank you.
So just for clarification, you're talking about the little darkened areas there that go up into your buffer area that looks that you asked for exception of?
Right. Let me, if you don't mind, I can walk up there and show you on this map. It is very hard to read.
These areas here.
That's right. So
Okay.
there are 2 little jut-outs into this
Right.
50-foot buffer here and here.
Okay.
And those are the intrusions we're asking for. Otherwise, we can meet that 50-foot requirement.
And that's basically due to the topography and how you have these.
We got water, we got topo, we've got all kinds of stuff on this site.
What is the purpose of the jut out?
That's really, we've got to grade into that area to bring the
This improvement here along this line shows a jut out in the parking area. So why not just straighten that out, and you would only have then the intrusion where you come and make that hard right to turn around into there, but you've got the, and I'm sorry, my fellow commissioners, you all can't see what I'm writing on, but, that jut out back, why does that have to jut out like that?
Let me,
What's the design purpose of that?
let me ask
Is
Alex.
that the
Yep.
one at
Alex Carr
113?
with Hillwood.
Alex, we need your address as well.
Address 3414 Peachtree Street, Atlanta, Georgia. So the jut out you see on sort of the northwest corner is for trailer storage. Ideally, in a building like this, there could be trailer storage across the entire truck court, but you see where it had to be stair-stepped to account for Beulah Road. So it's, we'd like to have it across the entire backside of the building, but due to topography, where it is there is as far as it will be allowed to go.
Now, is that across from a 113 Beulah?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
What recompense would you suggest for those citizens that are living at 113 and the other three residents?
So we'd be open to additional landscaping in that area to make a more robust screen. We could do some fencing. I mean, we're open to options at your discretion.
Yeah, clearly I see the topography and the trying to squeeze that in there would make it difficult. But those folks live there. They're gonna have to look at the back of your building there as it is, so.
I've got an idea. So number 9, as edited, reads 25-foot undisturbed buffer with a 25-foot planted buffer on Wallace and Beulah roads, except for intrusions shown on the approved site plan. The areas of intrusion shall require enhanced landscaping. That's one idea.
May I interject? Right now, we're putting the cart before the horse, in my opinion. I would rather, if staff can read our recommendation and then,
Let's pause and let Charles.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
if you don't mind.
Do we have people signed up to speak on this?
We do not.
Okay, Charles.
Okay. This is case petition, references 23-008Z. Applicant is Hillwoods Development Company, LLC. Care of Dennis J. Webb Jr. Smith, Gambrell and Russell, LLP. Location 7755 Wallace Road, 110 Beulah Road, and 0 Wallace Road. The request is rezone property from AR1 agricultural and residential to C1C, which is light commercial. Property adjacent to the north is zoned R2 for single-family residential. Adjacent to the east, zoned AR1 for agriculture and residential, and Butts County. South boundary, zoned AR1 agriculture and residential. Land use is vacant land, and adjacent to the west is, from the west, is zoned AR1 agricultural and residential land use, single-family homes, and vacant land. As far as the staff analysis, the existing use and zoning of nearby property, the property is currently zoned AR1 agriculture and residential, and R2 single-family residential low density. The property around the subject project is Also R2, single-family residential, low density, and AR1, agricultural and residential. Per the Spalding County Comprehensive Plan 2042 update, the plan indicates the property should be used as an employment activity center. The property has been vacant for many years. Staff does not anticipate any adverse effects to the surrounding area's health, safety, and welfare of this property if it were to be rezoned. Based on the comprehensive plan and the future land use map, this property can be developed as it is currently zoned and as the proposed zoning. While the property under the existing zoning of AR1 and R2 has reasonable economic use, C1C zoning would have a reasonable economic use as well. Again, this property in question straddles or traverses between Butts County and Spalding County. The comprehensive plan and future land use map identify this property for future development as an employment activity center. The employment area is characterized by its major roadways that have the potential to accommodate high-quality industrial and commercial growth. The proposed development is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Compliance with the development requirements will have to meet the requirements of the AKB overlay. Section 2204 requires development as a planned development pursuant to a master development plan. The applicant submitted a plan with the title of Jackson 16 Logistics Center, dated May 4th, 2023, prepared by Eberly and Associates. This satisfies the requirements of Section 2204, and any rezoning must be conditioned upon this site plan. The requirement has been satisfied. Section 2205A sets forth the rezoning districts to which property in AKB may be rezoned. The proposed zoning is C1C, a zoning district allowed within AKB. This requirement is satisfied. Section 2205B requires a pre-application conference with the rezoning administrator and the chairman of the Planning Commission. A conference was conducted that included the applicant, Community Development Director, and Mr. Yeomans, Planning Commission Chairman, on September 15th, 2023. Section 2205C sets forth the requirements for development site plan. All the requirements have been satisfied. And I think I failed to mention, I think the applicant mentioned that they did prepare a DRI plan that has been reviewed by Spalding County staff. Final staff recommendation by our department. We recommend approval with the following conditions. Pending approval of development agreement between Spalding County and Butts County. A rezoning condition upon Jackson 16 Logistics Center dated May 4th, 2023, prepared by Eberly and Associates. Any road line striping must use thermoplast. Any signage installed on right-of-way must comply with current MUTCD standards. All roadways attached to adjoining the property will be upgraded and paved using super paving standards to account for the increased weight impact of commercial trucks and increased vehicular traffic. No trucks will be allowed on Jackson Road. Developer will sign and engineer barriers that preclude westbound access from their property onto Jackson Road. Sidewalks will be installed within the right-of-ways on all road frontage. All lights or lighting arrangements for purpose of advertising, security, or night operations must be directed away from adjoining or nearby residential zoning lots. And lastly, 25-foot undisturbed buffer with a 25-foot planted buffer along Wallace and Beulah roads.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Charles, you had mentioned, as well as the applicant mentioned earlier, it was about the DRI. But it was my understanding that the when it was submitted for the DRI, it had the 3 drives coming into the property. Do we see any concerns or changes that might be at play now that they've dropped that down to 1 as far as that DRI goes and all?
No, I reached out to Three Rivers, and they're not required to submit a second DRI. They have met all the requirements from submitting the first one.
All right.
Charles, do you mind, did you see prior to the meeting tonight, these amendments that have been recommended
No, I just received them this evening.
to these recommendations that
Just received them this
you did?
evening.
And
I just want to make sure that you all got the original staff report.
Right.
And then we could discuss what was presented.
were there any in the recommendations that you would take exception to as a representative of Spalding County?
From initial review, no. Unless our zoning attorney say otherwise.
I do not.
Okay.
I guess one other thing that comes to mind for me, again, changing it up, I know we also said that it had already gone to Butts County for approval. When it went to Butts County, do we know if it, did y'all just have your one drive in place that they were approving?
That's correct. So, let me back up. So when we started this project, you guys had a moratorium in place. And we went and met with Butts County and showed them the site plan that's attached as the 4th page of that first exhibit, and talked about possibilities. We also had a call with Dr. Ledbetter to talk about possibilities too, and what we ultimately all agreed to was we go ahead, file an application in Butts, trigger the DRI, and then, get through that process, and once the moratorium expired, we would be in process in Butts County and start it in Spalding, and that's exactly what happened. But during, at some point after the DRI, Hillwood got its environmental reports back on that 30 acres to the south and decided that's not buildable land. So we amended the application in Butts County, and then I'm pretty sure we amended in Spalding. I don't recall the timing. I think we filed the 3 driveway plan originally and then amended, but I'm not positive about that. But anyway, the zoning that was approved in Butts County was with the 1 driveway plan, and these changes that I proposed to conditions 3, 5, 6, and 7 were also in the Butts County approval, and the language that I'm proposing here mirrors what Butts County approved.
Okay. Newton, do you want to shed some light on the intergovernmental agreement?
John, I would defer to Dr. Steve because I have not seen it, nor has it been provided to me. Steve, is there one that's out there now? Is there?
There's an intergovernmental agreement between Spalding and Butts County for the Industrial Development Authority.
I know we have a joint development
We
authority.
do. That's the intergovernmental agreement that takes care of us and River Park. There would be some consideration that would need to be had with respect to this development, since it is outside of the River Park venue.
Is there a draft of one as we speak? Is there a draft intergovernmental agreement that includes this property?
There is not. Not that I'm aware of.
Do you anticipate there being one?
I do.
There is one thing we do probably need to discuss. The developer needs certain variances. They have entered into a development agreement with Butts County, and Mr. Webb and I have discussed development agreements before coming into the meeting this evening. What we have recommended is that the developer go ahead and file the variances here so that we can get them started and going through process. The variances in Butts County have been handled by provisions in the development agreement only, and then the development agreement has been made a condition of the zoning in Butts County. We probably prefer to handle that a little differently for a number of reasons, but not in a way that would deter, assuming the project is approved, to deter development. So we've asked them to proceed to get the variances filed. Let y'all go ahead and make a recommendation to go to BOC on the rezoning for them to hear it in October. And then we will discuss logistics with those with you at the conclusion of the meeting, because it pertains to when your meeting in October is. And being able to get the variances to dovetail with the rezoning application in front of BOC at the October BOC zoning hearings. Okay. And to go ahead, I guess just to tell you, your next meeting is on Halloween.
Good time.
We've had P&Z meetings on Halloween before, thankfully without the requirement of costumes. And what we're recommending is that be moved a week earlier to the 24th. You could hear the variances at that time, and then that permits them to dovetail 2 days later at BOC.
Okay, so all we have to do now is consider the zoning. Is there any other discussion up front here?
Yeah, on number 5 of the recommendations, Jackson Road shall, where necessary, be upgraded and paved using super. Who's going to determine whether or not it's necessary, and who's going to pay for it?
So that'll be a conversation that'll take place during permitting, but I can tell you a lot of that road from 16 up to Dollar General is already has the super paving. So our point was, to the extent there's a gap or something else, we'll fill it in. But Brian's here, he's the engineer, he'll be spending a lot of time with Spalding County at the time of permitting, and we'll have that conversation then and determine the scope of that condition.
Have y'all been talking with the district engineer in Thomaston at all about this?
We need to get him a
Okay,
record.
well, I can, if you want to come up, I can repeat what he said. He said, we don't have a GDOT curb cut, so we've not been dealing with GDOT. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
I'm trying to find out who's going to pay for that paving and who's going to determine whether or not it's necessary.
Well, so just so you know, we've obviously been dealing with Butts County quite a bit. I mean, we've been meeting with them for months. This condition really is on a road in their jurisdiction. So this was something we negotiated with them. They're not going to forget about it, and it will be during permitting that the scope of this is decided.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bruce, you got Mary Lou? You got anything else?
No.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm not as eloquent as my member here, but I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
I recommend that, or I make a motion that it be approved with conditions as proposed by staff and amended by the applicant, with the exception of number 9 on the list of conditions, which shall be amended to state the areas of intrusions will require enhanced landscaping subject to approval by the Spalding County and per an approved amended site plan.
Good. Okay, good. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, those in favor signify by raising your right hand.
Can I make a clarification point on that? You meant Spalding County Board of Commissioners or Spalding County Community Development staff?
Community development staff, whoever the approval of appropriate landscaping is in our county, site plan approval.
That'd be-
It's just a condition of the zoning.
Who seconded?
I did.
Okay. Okay, the next application is 23-12S. Logan Donnelly, owner, 111 King Richard Drive, approximately 1.12 acres located in landmark 61 of the 3rd Land District. The applicant is requesting to be able to use his property as a short-term rental. This property is currently zoned in R2 Single Family District. Do we have someone here to speak for this? Application 2312S, do we have someone here to speak to that? Twenty-three 12S.
Yeah, this is the one on King Richard Drive. Anybody here to speak to that? Hello?
Mr. Donnelly, if you'll step forward and state your name and your address for the record, please.
111 King Richard Drive,
State your name and the,
Logan Donnelly.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
We would like to know why you want to rent your house. What's the
Oh,
plan?
I just wanted to be able to rent it out as a short-term / midterm rental. The primary goal was to basically just rent it out to travel nurses and also as a vacation home for people who are in the area that would like to stay at the home for a short period of time.
Okay. Anybody have some questions for him right this minute? Okay,
How-
thank you. Do we
How
have-
short-term is short-term?
Huh?
How short-term is short-term?
Short-term could be anywhere from, a day to a week. Rather than, month to month, it could be, 1 to 2 days or 1 day to a week potentially.
So it'd be no longer than a week.
It can be longer than a week.
That's not short-term then.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm basically here because I've gotten a few complaints in the past, and I was told that I need to come up here to get a business license in order to continue doing what I'm doing.
Why do you think you had those complaints?
I've had a few events where multiple people came to the property where they weren't supposed to be there. It's the nature of the business. Sometimes people are dishonest. They reserve for 2 people and they bring 12 people, and they're very loud and obnoxious. It's happened 2 or 3 times. I understand why some are frustrated, but I've put a lot of things in place to try to avoid that and reduce that. And I'm at least trying to see, if I can continue doing that, do everything I can. I was told there was a covenant to where I can't do that. I've already spoke with an attorney. The covenant ended in 2017, and I also did not have to sign an estoppel at closing. So the only thing that's stopping me from doing this is getting a business license, is what I was told.
We got anybody else signed up to speak?
We have several. from-
I'm not
Okay,
the
if you'll
chair.
sit down, we'll hear the other side of the story.
Will Graham?
Thank you.
My name is Will Graham. I reside at 105 Robin Hood Circle since 1999 with my wife, Jana Graham, which makes us the longest tenured residents of Nottingham Estate. Excuse me. So I'm just going to go over a real quick timeline with you and then just make a few quick points. So most of this information comes from we have a Facebook page for our subdivision. So most of that information comes from there. June 13th, we were made aware that the house was being rented on Airbnb. June 17th, one of those occasions that he mentioned, there was 20-plus cars in the subdivision. We have pictures of that down all through the main road, not just in the yard itself. On 2018th, my wife contacted Mr. Donnelly, gave him, explained the zoning and the covenants, gave him copies of the covenants. Quick note on the covenants, there was a statute passed, and I don't have that in front of me, where the covenants are automatically renewed, and the only way for them to be you have to actually vote for them to not be in effect anymore. But that's a whole other thing. We're not really here to talk about covenants. We're talking about zoning.
It was done in 1993 in the state of Georgia legislature.
Yeah. So again, this is more about the zoning and the covenants, right? So July 2nd, police were called for a domestic issue. That Sunday morning, it resulted in a woman sitting on the curb for several hours with her luggage while she waited for someone to pick her up. On that day, a text from Mr. Donnelly said, "Yes, I got the police out there last night to try and remove them. I quote, I'm selling the property ASAP, let the neighbors know as well." At this point, we felt like things were going in the right direction. We were being patient. We hadn't complained as much, right, because we felt that he was doing the right thing. That obviously didn't happen. The first time an exception sign showed up in the yard for one of these meetings was July 28th. Now, at this point, right, Mr. Donnelly should understand that what he was doing was illegal, that he was informed that he should stop renting, and that he did not have a business license. However, it was the property was continued to be rented over time. Also, the sign had been removed on July 30th. It was put back up and then laid down in the yard. I'm not sure why the last meeting, and I'm sorry, I'm going fast because of time. I'm not sure why the last meeting was canceled that was supposed to happen for the exception. However, the property, again, was continued to be rented. August 11th, the house was rented. Weekend of August 18th, August 26th, September 2nd, September 16th, and these are the only ones that I'm sure of. There were other times where it could have been rented and we weren't really sure. So just a couple of quick points. The activity is already prohibited because it is understood that this is not beneficial to the overall well-being and value of the community or property. Logan has shown nothing but disregard for our community's laws and regulations. Even after being informed that his actions were illegal, he continued to rent the property. This is an indication of how we will operate. If you could just give me 2 more seconds. Logan is not a member of our community and has no vested interest in its long-term well-being. He does not live here. He has no concern. He lives in Florida, so the address he gave you is the rental address, but that's not where he lives.
It's
in which they
listed as
live.
an LLC.
Yeah, which they live because he does not live with them. This is also proven by the disregard for our laws. He's untrustworthy in the fact that he told us he would sell it and he did not. And again, back to the covenants, if right?
We got it.
Yeah, understood, right? We'll continue with legal action if the exception goes through and he continues to rent, so.
Thank you very much for your time.
Joanne Cobb.
I'm Joanne Cobb. That was my husband that lived.
Yeah, I'm Larry Cobb, I'm my husband.
We live at 100 Robin Hood Circle, which is next door to 111 King Richard. We're on the corner of Robin Hood and King Richard. Oh, would you walk around and give give him a picture, give them a picture around. We live right next door, and really this started back in, I would say, June. I've got a month put on the back of those pictures. And Larry and I, we've been ailing. We've had some health problems this past year. This has been a very hard year, us living next door to this house, 111. And I just wanted to say this right quick, that this states on here that y'all have given us, this property is currently zoned R2 Single Family District. We are families that live in there. We have been there 17 years, going on 18 years. And we've never had anything like this to happen to our neighborhood. We love our neighborhood. It's quiet. We have some of the most wonderful neighbors, which are sitting right out here tonight, that are backing us. I didn't want to speak, but me and my husband both have put up with a lot. With this Airbnb next door to us, we have had the law called out there over and over and over. And even fighting broke out down there. I have something here that I want to play right quick. If I can get my phone to come back on. Like I said.
How about just finishing your statement? That'd be better.
Okay. Well, this I recorded the noise. It was so loud till my husband, finally, I think it was in August, we have a big patio on the back of our house. And it's real close to the back of this other house next to us. And I kept going over there, flipping the lights on our deck to tell them to quieten down, but they wouldn't do it. So, you know, my husband, he just finally took enough of it, and he ran out the back door, and he screamed at them for them to be quiet. And also, I want to say that I have called Mr. Logan. I have called him numerous times everywhere he's living. Don't know where he's living. But I have called him, and I have begged him, please see about this house. Do something for us. This is awful because it is alarming even the other neighbors in our neighborhood. And thank you for your time. We just need this. Please take care of this for us.
Michael Richardson.
My name is Michael Richardson. I live at 129 King Richard Drive, which is kind of directly behind this house. There's about an acre of wooded area between my house and the back of this house. I really can't see it, but I can hear it when they're having the parties. And pretty much during the whole summer, just about every weekend, it was a party there. Now, some of them were not bad, but a lot of them were. And it's not a weekly thing. They don't rent it for a week. They don't rent it for 2 or 3 weeks or a month. They rent it for about 3 days, and they party the whole time. That's all it is a party place, okay? It's just an Airbnb type party place. And I thank you for your time. I'm just reiterating what they've already said.
M. Orrin Savage. Please step forward, state your name and your address, please.
Well, I live,
State your name and your address,
my
please.
name is Emon Savage, and I live on 106 King Richard Drive. And the house is like across from me. And I was just gonna back everybody up about what they're saying, that we are gonna oppose the A and B, and we're gonna oppose it. That's all.
Thank you. Joe Larry Cobb.
Where's Christine? Mary Louise.
Well, we live right next door to it, and I've had to come out there several times and break up stuff there, and we've had to call the sheriff's department out.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but can you please, I know you've already stated, but can you please give your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Larry Cobb, and I live at 100 Old Circle, which is Robin Hood Circle, and it's right next door to this house. And both my wife and I, we've had heart surgery and everything, and putting up with that all the time has been a problem. And we never know who's going to be there. We have suspected that there could be prostitution, all sorts of stuff going on there. And so we just, it's not supposed to be there. We just want it removed.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Cobb. Dexter Head.
Hello, my name is Dexter Head. I live at 108 King Richard Drive, right across the street from 111. And the problems I have is that when they have, they've said just about everything, but it's the noise, it's parking in front of my driveway where I can't even pull in my driveway. The property is not kept up like it used to be from the people that used to own it. The grass is always high, coming over the curb. The vegetation or whatever around it, it is never manicured. It is not what it used to be. I have lived out there for 22 years. I've lived in this neighborhood for 22 years, and I've never had any complaints. But when they moved over there, and all the cars, all the loud music, all the smoking marijuana, all that stuff, I'm a retired military man, and I never had to deal with none of that kind of stuff. But we're dealing with it now, and I don't like it. My wife got a little something to say.
I'm Daquita Head. I'm 108 King Richard Drive, Griffin, Georgia. Just reiterating what everybody else said, I just think it's unfair to the neighbors. I think it's unfair for the neighborhood. We live in this neighborhood. We lived out in this neighborhood for years. And the people the guy that has this Airbnb going on is unfair to the neighborhood. He doesn't live in that neighborhood. We live in that neighborhood, and it's so unfair for him to come to our neighborhood and have all this going on. We're not used to that.
And we're a retirement community. Most of the people out there are retired. And we don't have time to keep running back and forth to a house telling them to calm down. I live right across, so I know what's going on.
Yeah.
I see it, I smell it, and I can hear all the music blasting. Look, we live there, so if we want to throw something, we can throw something there because we live there. We're respectful for it. But they're not respectful at all. And he obviously he hadn't told the truth about where he lives, about the business that he's not supposed to have in the neighborhood anyway. So it's just something that needs to be done about it.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you all for your time.
could you find out where Christine Henson is? Tax Assessor's website says that the house is owned by Jonathan and Christine Henson,
That's the next
Jewel
case.
Drive.
That's the next case,
house
Frank.
over.
That's the next case.
That's the next case. You're looking at the wrong
Okay.
case.
John Schaefer.
You don't think this is the same guy?
My name's John Schaefer. I live at 134 King Richard Drive, which is down the road a little bit further, but I want to back up everything they've all said about that coming through the neighborhood when the parties are going on. If they're not parked covering almost every square inch of the front yard, they're parked all the way down, which gives people trouble getting out of their driveways and stuff. But I just want to use what his words were just 10 minutes ago. He said, the way things get out of hand is the nature of the business. Our neighborhood's not a place for business. Our neighborhood is a place where we relax, enjoy our time, and retire to. Not a place where we want to go and have to keep beating back the parties that are being thrown. So in his own words, he told you he's running a business in our neighborhood without a business license. And that should pretty much, in my estimation, be the end of it right there. Because my wife and I, getting close to retirement, thought about some small little businesses that we could do maybe to supplement in retirement. But when we came down here and talked, we were told we weren't allowed to do businesses in our neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Susan Roberts.
Susan Roberts. I live at 136 King Richard. And I'm pretty much here as my neighbors to just say we're a neighborhood. Mostly empty nesters, but there are some families with children too. And that's not appropriate for children to be seeing people fighting, drug use out in yards, police showing up at the house to break up fights. Not appropriate for a neighborhood, not appropriate for where families, or just not appropriate for quality of life for people who are recuperating from surgery. So I'm here to back up my neighborhood, and where I am, we're not even really affected by this. I can hear some of the noise. If I'm driving through, I see the cars, but where my house is, I don't really see it. But I know my neighbors are being affected, and I don't like it. So I have to say thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thomas Hill.
What are you talking about? Next case.
Thomas Hill, 101 Robin Hood Circle in Griffin. It's in the Nottingham Estates. I live about 2 doors down from the house in question. And so not only has this been going on since June, without the proper paperwork, business license, it's against covenants, it's against zoning. It's continuing to go on. You can look right now on Airbnb, the house is listed. It's rented out for months to come. So the business is ongoing on a daily basis. It's happening on a continual basis after the owner is already aware that the neighborhood is opposed to it. It's against the neighborhood's covenants, and it's being carried out in a way that's inappropriate. Just not all of the folks here that live in Nottingham are standing to speak, but if you're here with Nottingham, just raise your head real quick. That's our neighborhood. That's a good chunk of our neighborhood, okay? This is one house. No other houses in our neighborhood are rented like this. This is one house that's a problem in our neighborhood. It's impermissible, and so we ask you respectfully to decline the request. Thanks.
Mike Freeman.
18 years.
My name is Mike Freeman. I live at 119 King Richard Drive. Have lived there for 19 years, and there is one house between 111 and my house. And just to reiterate what my neighbors are saying, that yes, it's gotten way out of hand. It's disruptive to our wonderful neighborhood, and so we are standing in opposition of this request, and please request that you would deny it. It has been a disruption. We can hear literally almost every word that is said and screamed and yelled, and just there's a pool in the backyard with a deck, and so that's where the party's happening, and it's all night and very, very loud, and it's very disruptive to our very good neighborhood. So thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that's all who have signed it.
Okay.
Okay.
Charles, you want to go ahead and do the reports?
This is case petition 23-12S. Applicant is Logan Donnelly. Address is 111 King Richard Drive. The request is for special exception to use property as a short rental. Current zoning is R2 Single Family Residential District. If I may read staff analysis, the proposed use can be potentially detrimental to the area. There is concern by staff regarding disturbances caused by renters, which could disrupt the residential subdivision. The proposed use for the subject property can potentially cause depreciating effect. The lot has the sufficient size required for this use, and the existing use will not be impacted. However, the request would meet all other requirements of the ordinance. However, the staff does recommend denial. Mr. Logan was operating as a short-term rental before requesting the special exception approval. The staff was made aware of the code violation and sent Mr. Logan a letter to come into the office to correct the violation. Once the application was submitted, signs were placed on his property, and staff received opposition to the application. Most of the opposition was rooted in the constant violations of the noise ordinance by the applicant. The public hearing signs were also removed at various times, which forced staff to delay the hearing for this particular case. Based on those actions, staff recommends denial.
Okay. I don't suppose there's any more discussion, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny application 23-12S. Okay. Have a motion to deny.
I'll second that.
Seconded. Those in favor signify by raising their right hands. It's unanimous. Okay.
So does that mean it stops today, or do we have to fill the rest of the ones he has signed?
How do we enforce it? How's it enforced?
He's got it booked for the rest of the year. How do we stop this?
I do not have them booked for the rest of the
Yes,
year.
you do.
I have it booked to the beginning of October. I want to say a few things they said were true, but most of it was not true. And that yard is kept up. I have pool cleaners, which they claim are people breaking into my backyard. They demonize it in this Facebook group, which is why most of the people are here, because they're constantly posting about my property, stalking me, harassing me, and I'm tired of it. They're bullying me to sell the house. This is why I'm here, because
We
they
need to
tried to
move.
get me with covenants. They told me I can't rent the property. Now they're telling me I can't do short-term rental, and I'm sick of it. Even when I tried to. rent
Mr.
it
Donnelly,
regularly,
that's enough, sir.
They told me I couldn't do it.
Thank you. I would instruct community development to continue their procedures. Mr. Donnelly does not have a business license, and he can be cited every day that he operates the facility without a business license. And code enforcement will be notified of the decision by the board this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can you wait for about 5 minutes?
I'm just gonna pause it.
This doesn't have to lie.
Could we send out for something to eat? Could we,
You saw the gun?
I hadn't had any supper.
Cup of tea.
I had a mouthful of walnuts and that was it. I was thinking, we won't be there that
I
long.
was ahead of you, with sugar at least.
Okay, let's move on, guys. We got a couple of more things to go. Application 23-14S, Jonathan Henson, owner, 108 Jewel Drive, approximately .8 acres, located in land lot 139 of the Second Land District. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a home occupation general
John,
for a landscape
I'm
company.
sorry, we need to be clear. I'm sorry, Dr. Steve. This is a special exception as to which they only recommend.
Please forgive me. So
So
they
this
will
has to go to
continue
BOC.
for,
So the folks who are here,
I will reiterate that with them.
I just wanted to make certain we're on the same page.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, we have another special exception that we're entertaining here. The applicant is requesting a special exception for a home occupation general for a landscape company. This property is currently zoned R1, single-family residential, low density. Do we have anyone here to speak for it? He's ready.
Jonathan Henson, 108 Jewel Drive, Griffin, Georgia, 30224. I would like to thank you guys for your time tonight. I'm requesting the special exemption. I currently have a home minor, and I've recently acquired employees this year, and when I've come to the conclusion by working with Ms. Eva and Mr. Charles that I was in violation of county code, I needed to apply for a home exemption general, in which I did promptly. There has been some responses to you guys that I'm aware of. I know you got 5. I had a petition signed by over 20 of my neighbors in support of what I've done and what I'm doing, if you need to see that. I also would like to make note on that some of the responses of the opposition has come from neighbors who I've previously worked for while I've been there. The opposition did not occur until the last, probably approximately June 25th, 2022, when there were some bad feelings about some HOA dealings, and now this has come to light with a lot of other things. Code enforcement's been called. Numerous things have been called. I've worked with everybody to make sure that I'm in compliance with as many county code ordinances and zoning policies as I can. Pretty much, I mean, I have documentations of numerous things that could go on and on, but I'm not going to take your time. I'll leave it open for any questions for this, pursuant to this, and then we can go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got somebody signed up.
We do. Judy Land.
Got spaghetti legs, I sat too long. I'm Judy Land, I live at 107 Jewel Drive across the street. I don't think he conveyed the complete picture to you. He started out with a small business with a truck and a trailer, and over the years, he's advanced that business to employees and a business partner, and they all come over to the property. He also has a, what's it called? He has a waste management business, which he cleans out properties. I don't know if it's apartments that have been evicted or whatever. At various times, there have been hot water heaters, other things over there. And he recently had a dumpster over. This is why we're here today. A very large dumpster. He said he was remodeling, but his partner came over, and they were all over there loading this stuff in this dumpster from a clean out. Our neighborhood was a concept in the 70s. It was a planned neighborhood, Lake Louise. It has had covenants and restrictions since then. There is a deed restriction, and the deed restriction runs with the land, and it does prohibit the use of the businesses in the area. Mr. Henson knows this. He is the president of the HOA, and the reason he has so much controversy is because he spends a lot of time trying to change everything to his way of thinking. It has affected the aesthetics of the neighborhood, the privacy. This is on a cul-de-sac street on either end, and it comes up, it bifurcates. It's on a corner, so if the street gets blocked by him and his trailer and his partner, his trailer, and then his employees parking over there, then there's substantial activity on the lot. It does not have any buffers. He parks everything on the side yard, which is visible from my dining room all 3 meals of the day. And it affects the quiet enjoyment of the entire neighborhood. I am aware that there are several people that submitted electronically their feelings about this as well. There has been excessive traffic because of this. Oftentimes they will come on past the residents and go on down the cul-de-sac and turn around and come back up the street. We are a high walking community. We're a lot of seniors. We're original owners. We're choosing to age in place, and we signed up for this. And I want to reiterate this. As a realtor, when I show somebody a property that's within a subdivision with covenants and restrictions, I advise them to read those covenants and restrictions and see if they can live with those covenants and restrictions and comply with them. If they can't, this might not be the property for them. So we do oppose it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, no one else has signed up for this case.
Okay. Carl?
This is case petition 23-14S. Applicant is Jonathan Henson. Address of property is 108 Jewel Drive. Request is for special exception for home occupation general for lawn care company. Current zoning of property is R1 for single-family residential low-density district. Here's the following staff analysis. The proposed use, we made a determination that the proposed use would not be detrimental to the area. It must not be that any possible depreciating effects and damages to the neighborhood properties are greater than the benefit or need for the special exception. Staff contends that the proposed use for the subject property will not cause any depreciating effect. It must not adversely affect existing uses, and it must be proposed to be placed on a lot of sufficient size to satisfy the space requirements of the use. Staff contends that the lot has the sufficient size required for this use, and the existing use will not be impacted. The last criteria for the analysis, it must meet all other requirements of this ordinance. The request does, in fact, meet all other requirements of the ordinance. Staff does recommend approval under the following conditions. Request is non-transferable and would not be transferred to new owners if the property is sold. 2, a business license will be applied for and maintained annually. 3, no car shall be parked on the street to prevent interruption of flow of traffic. 4, all equipment shall be stored in the backyard. And if I may also note, we have sent code enforcement out there several times, and all of those times we sent code enforcement out there, we really didn't see anything that appeared to be detrimental to the use that the applicant was doing as per his business. And the applicant does have updated business licenses as well. But if you have further questions, we're here to answer.
Well, I guess the question I have is, does it violate the HOA regulations within the subdivision? Did you check on those?
Well, go ahead.
We don't have jurisdiction over that, John. That's a private contractual matter. If the neighbors feel that, or the other members of the HOA feel that Mr. Henson's violating the covenants, they have an action against him on violation of contract.
May I speak to that for a minute? According to our... I know you don't have jurisdiction, but according to our covenants, no trade, business, professional occupation, or boarding or rooming house that violates any Spalding County applicable ordinance shall be conducted on any lot. Therefore, when I required employees, I become in violation of Spalding County's ordinance that I can't have employees on a minor. I immediately went to the office and seen Charles and Miss Evie. We worked it out. I applied for this. It took me out of, they told me then at that point in time, once I put the application in and paid my fee, it took me out of non-compliance. And until this meeting now, depending on what's ruled here and at the Board of Commissioners meeting, will determine whether I'm still in compliance. So even though you don't have jurisdiction, I just want to make sure you guys are aware, I have been doing everything I can on my part. Secondly, I do not run a waste management. I rented the dumpster because my house is currently being painted because I just put new hardy plank up. Anybody that goes by can completely see that. There's no differential in my personal and my business use here. So a lot of times people are misconstruing what's personal and what's business, and they're making them mix, and it's not fair to me as a small business owner just trying to make a living. Thank you.
Do we know, are there any other similar exceptions and businesses in the neighborhood?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Mr. Chairman, I think I was on this board when the most up-to-date home occupation ordinance was drafted. And I think one of the things that we specifically said before was that you cannot have an activity in which it is readily ascertainable by anybody driving through that a business is being conducted. And if in fact you have trucks and stuff, you know, that show a business is being conducted there, I'm just telling you what I thought was in the ordinance when we first drafted it. Might not be. But the idea of a home occupation is to let people do something within a home that they would not otherwise ordinarily be able to do somewhere else.
If I may clarify, that the business is a lawn care business. Some of the controversy, as what we have been told, has been that a couple of his employees may have been parking at his home. Other than that, we have not seen any evidence of clients being in and out of the property, other than employees possibly parking their cars there to perform the landscaping business with him, with the applicant.
Okay. All right, any other discussion?
I would like to ask staff if you've discussed with the applicant or have considered two things. One is screening of any kind of equipment. You talk about putting it in the backyard, but the pictures that we've seen, it looked like it's pretty open back there. Have you talked about screening at all? And the other thing is that any of this equipment is parked on grass. Would it be, have you discussed with the applicant possibly putting it on something that's not just parked on grass?
So I would like to say a few things because this started before Mr. Reese joined the team. So we did have some issues where his RV was on the grass. We asked him to place that on the grass. I mean, not on the grass, on the concrete, sorry. Now, we have done routine drive-bys of that property just to get a feel of what was going on there. Most of his equipment is in the backyard. Now, we couldn't tell if the cars outside on his property were personal cars or his employee cars because they were not marked with any business logos or anything like that. So we couldn't make that determination. But they were parked on the driveway concrete portion of his property and not the grass the 3 times that we went out there.
Thank you.
We have in the ordinance a definition of a home occupation general that has specific criteria, which is section 202 LL prime. And those criteria address parking and prohibit outside storage of material, among other things.
Any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
Can I just ask a question? Do you currently have a business license?
Yes, ma'am, I've had a business license since I started.
again, I think this is a tough one, because there is several issues I see here with this. I do think, as Ms. Upchurch was saying, it's pretty open, so you can see all the stuff, and you see all your areas and stuff, so I think that we need to try to do something to provide some type of screening or something for equipment and things like that. They're just kind of hanging out there, and like I say, right now, what we saw, maybe you don't do that often, but it is parked all over the grass and everything else, and that's not a very good neighbor to, be conducting yourself that way.
Right. I don't know what you saw. I don't have a copy of any of those pictures. I know pictures have been taken at different times. I know I have a piece of equipment that someone asked to borrow one time, and I placed it out in the front side yard so they could pick it up, and that's when I know one picture was taken. I know we're in and out of there, not all the time, but I mean, we make a couple trips in at least once or twice a day minimum. It's none of this come to light in till the last year, and I've been doing this for over 4. So the issue that I had was, as things progress, yes, I try to do my best to keep everything neat and orderly and put it in the back, which is all my whole lot. If you go to the left side of my lot, you can see all the way to my backyard, the swimming pool. You can see all the way to my storage shed. I don't have any privacy, which none of the houses there do. So therefore, it makes it more difficult for anybody to even do that. And I understand what you're saying is, depending on when the pictures were taken, what was going on. There's a lot of missing details to this. So I agree, and I'm open to whatever recommendation which makes me under the code and make sure everything is accurate. I mean, Ms. Eva and Mr. Charles both can tell you, I've come in the office and I've been in there numerous times to where they're like, hey, I don't want to see you no more this week. It's not that I haven't tried. It's that I just want to make sure that no matter what I do, there's always another move. Like I said, I got numerous more things that I could to bore you with in the 10:20 at night. So I'm open to any other suggestions you have and any questions you have.
Well, I mean, are you planning to still continue to grow your business and have more equipment and stuff parked out there and stuff? Or?
No. So what's happened in the last years is the good Lord's opened the doors, and I never seen it happening with these employees coming on. It's just all of a sudden happened in the last couple of years, and I can't. Everybody knows rental prices are crazy. I can't afford these commercial prices to take my business somewhere. I mean, honestly, I'm a small business guy that's just I'm paying taxes on employees. If anybody's ever paid tax on employees, that's half your profit out the window. So yeah, if I was one of these shade tree businesses, I would understand. But I try to do everything legal above the board. As profit allows and times change, I'll be glad to move my stuff and get out of it. I've done made it known to everybody. As soon as I get an opportunity to find somewhere that I can rent, I want to be gone. I don't want that stuff. My wife don't want that stuff there. She doesn't like anything there either. But long term, that's the big picture. Right now, I'm short term, and as little guys that's just trying to come up from nothing, I don't have that luxury. I have the luxury to do everything I can to get to where I'm going the best I can.
Okay.
Can I make one more comment, Bruce? Sorry. I know it's getting late. There are 3 requirements for a home occupation general that are set out that I want to go over with you. Number 6, no continuous unenclosed outside storage of materials or supplies using connection with the home occupation shall be permitted. 7, all parking for the home occupation shall be located on the property and only in the side or rear yards. And 8, only vehicles designed and used primarily as passenger vehicles, including pickup trucks, shall be used in connection with the home occupation in the R1 district. It lists some others, but R1's the one that's applicable here. Even if this is approved, the home occupation for Mr. Henson still has to comply with all of those going forward. And if they do not, then they are subject to code enforcement, just like Mr. Donnelly was about having a party house. So, but those are the specific requirements that we have for a home occupation general, separate and apart from the requirements for how it's assessed as a special exception land use.
Okay.
That helps me a little bit.
Yeah. All right, you ready? With that, then, I'll make the recommendation to approve with staff conditions that are recommended and, abiding by the ordinances that are in place.
I'll second that.
So you're saying that The only vehicles that ought to be parked there would be a lightweight pickup and passenger vehicles.
I just want to meet the codes.
That's right.
Okay.
I second it. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. It's unanimous. Hang in there, we're about there. 23-15Z, Ian Coker, owner, 992 Malloy Road, approximately 19.18 acres located in land lot 22, the second land district. The applicant is requesting to rezone from R2 Single Family Residential District to AR1 Agricultural and Residential. He's here, he's ready.
Good evening. My name is Ian Cover. We live at 100L Park Drive in Fayetteville, Georgia. And basically, our application to rezone is because we're trying to build a small farm, and we'd like to build out there. We did specify a barn dominium style construction for the house due to financial concerns and some other odds and ends. I do kind of need a shop to work on tractors and other agricultural equipment. Not that it's huge like a combine, but just small implements like a small tractor, etc. And that's pretty much it. Do you have any questions?
Nope. Nope. It's refreshing, actually. Charles?
Yes.
Case petition references 2315Z. Location of property is 992 Malloy Road. The applicant is Ian. Pronounce your name again? Coer. I want to make sure I did it correctly. The request is rezone property from R1 Single Family Residential to AR1 Agricultural and Residential. Again, current zoning is R1. North and east boundaries adjacent to the property are, north boundary is zoned R2, east boundary is zoned AR1, south boundary is zoned R4 adjacent to the property, and west of the property is zoned R2. The site is in compliance to the comprehensive plan for rural neighborhood. The property has been vacant for many years. Staff does not anticipate any adverse effects to the surrounding areas, health, safety, and welfare of this property if it were to be rezoned. Staff does not see any diminishing of value based on the current zoning. Based on our findings, staff recommends approval with the following condition. Before applying for a building permit, the applicant must receive approval of a special exception to be allowed to build a barn dominium.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion from up here? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the application be approved as per specified with conditions by staff.
Okay, have a motion, I have a second.
I'll second that.
Seconded, those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay. Okay, application 23-21S, Ruth Owens, owner, 12 South Road, approximately 1 acre, located in land lot 14 of the second district. The applicant is requesting a special exception to place a manufactured home. This lot is currently zoned AR1 Agricultural and Residential. Is someone here to speak to that?
Hi, my name is Michelle Driver. I live at 12 South Road, Griffin, Georgia. I'm the daughter of Ruth Owens. She's 80 years old. Our house got destroyed in January 12th with the tornado. Gone, wiped out. So I'm just taking the necessary process to try to get back to our land in case my mama is 80 years old. So I thought maybe I can get a manufactured home that we can be quicker. But I see now I got to go to step by step by step. First time trying to do this is hard because I'm the only one doing it. And I just want to just get approved so we can get back to our land. Because we live with my sister, and everybody on top of each other's heads. And it's hard. That's all I have to say.
I must say, I drove out there today and that property was almost unrecognizable. That was ground zero for the tornado. There were a number of damaged houses out there, and it was really pretty horrible. But Charles,
You ready?
lay it on us, man.
Case petition references 23-21S. Applicant is Ruth Owens. Address is 12 South Road, and the tract size is approximately one acre. The current zoning of the property is R1 for single-family residential, low density. The proposed use that the applicant is requesting would not be detrimental to the area. As she mentioned, it was recently devastated by a tornado. The proposed use for the subject property would not cause any depreciating effect. This improvement will benefit this area as it was heavily damaged again by the January 12th tornado. The lot has the sufficient size required for this use, and the existing use would not be impacted. The request does meet all other requirements. Again, we could have done a further analysis based on the criteria that UDO requires us to follow, but given that within that half-mile radius, there's really nothing to to analyze other than an area that's been destroyed. So I just thought I'd make that note. Final staff recommendation is for approval. The condition, all porches or decking must be underpinned and similar in size and covering to adjacent residential structures.
She had a depiction in the packet of a proposed manufactured home. I wondered if that was just a manufactured home or if it was the one they were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the one they?
It's
were-
one that the one in your packet is what you're trying to do, correct?
But one of them was like, the roof was.
Miss Ruth, can you come to the microphone,
Please.
please?
I'm sure. We had, two houses that manufactured homes that we was looking at, but one of them being the roof, cause the roof's gotta be 4x12, but that roof wasn't quite 4x12, so we had to get another one that meet, Spalding County, to get it out there, so.
Which would be
I don't know which one
6
y'all
or 8,
got.
yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be 4. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Thank you.
It will have to meet all the minimum requirements of the code and permitting requirements.
I noticed the lady's shirt, and it reminds me of one that says, "Don't make me come down there."
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
I'll entertain the motion.
No.
I make a motion to approve with the condition noted.
I second.
Okay, those in favor signify by raising your right hand. All right. Okay. All right, I guess Newton is in order here. New business, 2306, ordinance to amend the general code of Spalding County to add Part 8, Chapter 5, post-construction stormwater management for new development and redevelopment. That doesn't put me to sleep.
You should have a draft ordinance.
Yes.
That was finished, revised today. This, and Rebecca Lindsay, who is who is the county's consultant who is helping with EPD compliance, can explain what this is. And also, I have the draft of an agreement that I'll pass out after Rebecca explains what this ordinance is, which governs maintenance of stormwater facilities going forward.
Good evening, everyone. So you have in your packet this, the draft resolution and ordinance entitled the Post-Construction Stormwater Management for New Development and Redevelopment. So this is a draft of a new ordinance. It's not a replacement of an existing one. This is brand new. So I'm going to skip past the preamble. Basically, in the county's MS4 stormwater permit, there are 6 minimum control measures, and one of them pertains to construction site runoff, and that's the erosion sediment control one that was recently updated. Separately, there's a minimum control measure for the post-construction stormwater management, and those are 2 separate groups of regulators. They don't really talk to each other, so there's some interesting ways in which these ordinances, this ordinance and the erosion and sedimentation ordinance kind of dovetail, but you can tell that they were under different sets of regulations. So the erosion control ordinance is for construction for disturbed areas. It's about sediment runoff. This is purely post-construction. So this is after disturbed areas are stabilized. It's about water quantity, water quality, and really specifically about protecting from flooding. The objective is to require that projects maximize infiltration. So you're ultimately trying to capture large rain events and bleed them back more slowly. So if you flip through, and I'll slow down and stop on any page or question that you have, but if you just were to flip to page 5, there's a few highlighted components, which I'll touch on. The item DD, practicability policy, I'll come to the language of where this applies later, but we're proposing to reference the latest edition of the Metro North Georgia's practicability policy. Even though you are not in the Metro District, it's a well-maintained, updated, published document that has in it essentially criteria that would allow an applicant to demonstrate, hey, we don't meet the normal conditions, we need an exception to fall under a different set of conditions. Separately, on the same page, item EE, pre-development. This is perhaps the most critical and biggest decision of the document. So the entire premise of the document is you look at your preconditions and you look at your post-conditions, what you're proposing, and you're trying to make sure that you don't create an impact or that you minimize an impact, and there's got to be a quantitative approach to that. So one of the very common standard approaches to that is to say, we'll look at our post-conditions and we're going to pair it to our preconditions as they exist right now. And that is a way of maybe incentivizing redevelopment, and on the other hand, you could take the other extreme is compare to if this was an undeveloped, this is a natural, original forest, and so those we have a recommendation on a hybrid methodology to consider that we think leverages the best of both of those mindsets. So if you flip ahead to page 7, just in terms of applicability, per the MS4 permit, this applies to any new development that's creating or adding 5,000 square feet of impervious surface or disturbing an acre of land or greater. So if it's triggered under an LDP, acre or more anyway, it would trigger this. So again, there's they're not mutually exclusive, but they don't always, there's not a one-to-one ratio of when those ordinances both apply. There's a reference here on that same page highlighted to a hotspot. That's kind of an unusual thing. It might be if you had a brownfield site, you wouldn't want to retain water, and or maybe even a gas station, you would have the ability to subject it to this ordinance. So the exemptions listed on the next page, page 8, I'll blow through those unless you have specific questions, but kind of want to point out that where a utility trench, you're laying a pipeline, you could lay 100 miles of pipe, and that would clearly trigger the erosion control ordinance, but it doesn't affect this at all because you're not creating impervious surface, you're not changing the final post-development conditions. Moving to page 9, this is the heart of the application. So you reduce your stormwater runoff, retain it on site, bleed it back slowly. So the baseline approach is item A at the bottom of item D1A on page 9, which is runoff reduction, which says that you have to capture that first 1 inch. If you do that, then you don't have to do any extra water quality work. If you can't do that, then you've got to read that practicability policy and demonstrate that you fall under that, which could be that you're on bedrock, or you have a high water table, or those kinds of things. Could also be an economic factor. Then you would be triggered under the water quality requirements, which are exactly what they sound like. So, let's see. Those are the main highlights of the ordinance. I'm going to come back now to that hybrid approach. The city of Atlanta, which is dissimilar to Spalding County, let's say, but city of Atlanta is one MS4 that has a long legacy of coming from a point of having some severe stormwater problems, and a lot of lessons learned from that. And then they implemented, they adopted this hybrid approach, heavily vetted, and it's been in place and successful for over a decade. So that hybrid approach basically says if you're a new development, the regular approach applies. Pre-development conditions are the original conditions. If you're a redevelopment, that's where instead of completely letting you off the hook and saying, you don't worry about all that impervious surface, you don't have to fix any existing problems, or taking the opposite approach of being very stringent and saying, and really de-incentivizing redevelopment, saying you got to go to natural conditions. It takes a halfway approach, 50%. So for redevelopment, you would look at if you have, say you had an existing development that had 100% impervious surface. You would take 100% divided by 2. They would have to achieve then 50% peak runoff reduction. If that existing development had 50% impervious surface, once again, divided by 2, easy math, developers can follow this, you would have to achieve then 25% runoff reduction. So it's a meeting in the middle approach to handling redevelopment. Attached with this, and in reference in this, there will be 3 other separate components. One will be the fee schedule, same way we handle the erosion control, so that's referenced as being separately maintained. There is, as I mentioned, the practicability policy, and then there's the MOA, as Newton was describing, with the this will be updated from what the county has used in the past pretty substantially to meet current requirements for inspection and right of entry and other components. So that is in a draft form as well currently. Questions, comments?
So they'll know, Rebecca, these need to be recommended to get to BOC so that you can show EPD that the county has satisfied what EPD wanted us to do.
Right.
And these are standard ordinances based upon the North Atlanta Water District or Metropolitan North Georgia Water District, whatever the name is. I'm sorry. And while we're not in that district, you have recommended that as a policy that we should adopt, which would assist in complying with EPD requirements of the MS4 permit.
That is correct, yes, sir. Now, I will illustrate, we did deviate from the model. It was a nice starting point, but page 8 of the ordinance is a good example of where I would deviate. Your permit has certain exemptions. The Metro District folks decided in this highlighted item G to add an exemption for ADA projects. If you would like to keep that exemption, it's well accepted in the Metro District. I would be more inclined to delete it and have purview over those projects. And, if they warrant an exception, then still they come through the process. So details like that, we're proposing to deviate, but in general, that's right. Yes, we started from the Metro model.
So your action tonight is just to recommend approval so we can get this to BOC.
Got it. Okay, I'll entertain the motion.
Without having read it.
You had already done that.
I would like to make a motion that we accept this resolution and move it forward to the Board of Commissioners for approval.
Okay, have a motion to approve. Have a second.
Second.
Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay, we're adopted.
I'm gonna read it first.
All right. All right, guys, the finish line is in sight. Is it? I need a motion to lift the March minutes from the table.
So moved.
Second, they're lifted. We'll consider the approval of the March 28th minutes.
Thought we'd already done this.
I thought we had two.
Nope, since we haven't,
Yeah. just
These
make your
are,
motion.
these are revised to give a little bit more clarity for future references.
That's what the world needs.
yeah, well, there are still a couple things, but I can't remember back that far, so I guess we'll be okay. But just 2 points of clarity for both of these as we're coming on, that if we could either get rid of the little script on the bottom, or let's update those, because we're supposed to be referencing the meetings that we have, but that one's February 28, 2023, the month before, and the next one's like a year prior, so that will be helpful.
Oh, dear. Didn't notice.
Well, the only other thing that I had brought up previously, you'll make the look, but, under that public hearing, in item 2, we don't have who made the motion and seconded it. Otherwise, I make a motion to approve something.
Have a motion to approve.
I second.
Have a second. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay. Next item is to consider the approval of the July the 25th 2023 minutes.
I make a motion to approve those. Again, just note that we need to correct the October 13th, 2022 date down at the bottom.
I second.
Okay. Those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Yeah, can't raise two. Okay. I hope the director's comments are short and terse. As I also hope the report of the commissioners will be as such, and that we can move on to adjournment.
Are y'all are you willing to move P and Z to October 24th?
Sure.
I will not be in town. But y'all can go ahead if we got a quorum.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, Frank?
I'm good.
Okay. And Dr. Steve, the ordinance that Rebecca presented does not require ZPL compliance, so do you want to put this on BOC's agenda for the 1st of October? It would go on the 16th. Okay. And that would get it out of this massive agenda that they're gonna have on the 26th of October.
Correct. Seriously, Charles, do you have anything to?
No comments.
No comment. I don't think any commissioners have anything to say. I'll entertain a moment for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Who seconded? I did.
Go. Oh, my gosh.
10:47.
I tell you what, I'm getting out of here.
We've had them that lasted longer.
To provide us with all of this,